사케로 안에 들었어.
Huge liability on those.
Can't really like eat big dinner because you won't, I won't sleep.
Good morning, good morning. Because of the crowd, and I'm always concerned to make sure that we have a good quality air, I asked some people on the side if they could just pop open a window, just so that we get get fresh air coming through the building. If it gets cold, close it, but the meantime, well, I'd like to welcome everybody. We have a big crowd today, and I want to warn you that we will be going into executive session in a little while. And when I ask the community to leave, to vacate the room, you'll be welcome back, but you will have to take all of your items with you, please. So you'll be giving up your seat. There's no seat dibs. To wait, and then we'll bring you back in if you'd like to come back in after the executive session is over. Hopefully it won't take too long, so you won't be standing out on the hallway for too much time. All right, so with that, clerk, could you please call this meeting to order?
Okay. Ellen? Ellen, present by Zoom, if allowed. Good morning. Good morning. Bates?
Bates here.
Berman?
Berman on Zoom.
Thank you. Doherty?
Already here.
Davis?
Davis here.
Ford?
Ford present.
Gums?
Gums remote.
Iqbal?
Iqbal remote.
Juby?
Should be present.
Kenyon?
Kenyon in the room.
Hayes?
Vice present.
Leonard?
Leonard here.
Wes?
Here.
Linder? Molina?
Molina present.
Roth?
Roth here.
Sanchez?
Sanchez present.
Silva?
Silva is here.
Strathman?
Strathman here.
Sturgis? Tarver?
Harvard's here.
Tepe?
Tepe here.
Williams?
Williams here.
Young?
Young here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Okay, very good, thank you. We will have Ms. Allen, with your permission, Mr. Doherty, Mr. Berman, and Mr. Iqbal are calling in due to illness. Do I have your permission to allow them in? Thank you. And Ms. Gums is out on business for the county. Do I have your permission to allow her in? Yes, okay, very good.
Yes.
Welcome all. And Mr. Linder is absent today?
Only so, yeah.
Okay, very
Yes.
good. All righty. So with that, I'd like to turn this meeting now over to Mr. Ford.
Thanks first.
I believe we do the pledge.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, good morning, everyone. For our invocation, we have with us in our presence, Reverend Dr. Julian E. Spencer. Dr. Spencer actually is from San Francisco, California. He is the son of late Pastor James B. Gene Spencer of Emmanuel Baptist Church, which was also in San Francisco. On January 21st of 1996, Spencer answered the call of God, his life preaching for the first ceremony, and was licensed that same day. He is now the pastor of Main Baptist Church, which is in Aurora. Dr. Spencer has earned an Associate of Biblical Studies, Bachelor of Theology, a Master's of Theology, and a Doctorate of Theology, earning top academy honors in each class. It was June 2nd of 2007, where the members of Main Baptist Church of Aurora, which is one of the largest Black churches in Aurora, had made Spencer the 20th pastor of a church that's over 140 years in the ministry. Since then, as senior pastor of Main Baptist Church, Pastor Spencer has inspired a renewed spirit proclaiming Baptist Maine Baptist to be the place where Christ is the main thing. Under his leadership, Maine Baptist has grown in quantity and in quality. Dr. Spencer became the influence voices in Aurora and the great Fox Valley area. He currently serves in the Aurora Police Department chaplain, Fox Valley Christian Action Pastor Council, North Wood River Missionary Baptist Church Associate, Iowa Missionary and Educational Baptist State Convention in Illinois vicinities. He also co-founder and current serves as chairman of the Good Samaritan Network, Inc., a non-for-profit organization aimed at connecting helping hands across the community in order to provide holistic services to those in need. Internationally, he continues the commitment of Maine Baptist to foreign missions. He has led a mission effort in Kenya and is currently building infrastructure that will help embrace, evangelize, and empower all God's people, regardless of race. A socioeconomic status all over the world. I bring you a very close friend of mine, Dr. Spencer. I just want to say to all those golfers, he loves golf too.
Well, then he's duly loved.
Good morning.
Hold it against.
Let us pray. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For yours is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. God, we thank you for this day. Thank you for life, health, and strength. God, today we pray for your blessings upon these proceedings and all those who serve on this Kane County Board. We've all answered a common call to serve this present age and to support your people with intentionality and integrity. Lord, we pray that your love will cause them to act graciously and that your righteousness would guide them to act wisely. We pray always for diversity, equity, inclusion in their stewardship, and that they would defend the poor and give voice to the disenfranchised among us. We pray, God, that you would continue to cause us to strive for unity in our community. And I pray that we would learn to love one another as you have loved us. And I pray, God, always your best blessings upon our Kane County and our chosen servants to represent us. God, we ask that you help us. God, we ask that you hold us. God, we ask that you honor your will among us. In Christ's sake name we pray. Amen.
I also want to say that Pastor Spencer is also involved in the effort in Aurora for to bring technology to affordable levels and to the youth. He also, during the pandemic, I believe, had a chance for young people to be at the church or at least sitting in the parking lot to get their homework done, to be a site for that. So he's been working very close with the programs for our youth out of the city of Aurora that we hope to expand throughout Kane County before it's over with.
So, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Spencer, for such wonderful words of guidance for us as we go through this what's going to be an interesting meeting. And I too spent some period of time in San Francisco. Beautiful city, but I think you'll find this area even much more beautiful. So, now have you? So welcome home. We'd love to have you come back whenever you'd like. Could I please have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of January 9th, 2024?
Silva moves.
Dr. Silva,
Caius second.
thank you, Mr. Caius. Any amendments to this or changes, edits? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Okay, we're gonna mix it.
We can do by voice vote.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All righty. We are now in for public comment. So we are going to limit public comment today, as in our tradition is, to 30 minutes. I will ask those people who are speaking on agenda to introduce themselves. You will have 5 minutes from which to speak. I would ask for the audience to please refrain from applause, cheering, boisterous behavior, so we can continue on in a responsible manner and in a professional manner for this meeting. You've all come a very long way and spent time and your talents to come here today. So we want to make sure that we hear all of you. So with that, let me get my list. And we're only going to be talking to those people, allowing those people to come up right now who are going to be talking on agenda, not with the zoning petitions. And you'll have an opportunity to speak later on in the meeting regarding the zoning petitions. So you're not being shortchanged at all. First speaker is Kenneth Lobel.
Okay.
Good. Thank you, Ken Label. Just wanted to come up and I won't take full 5 minutes, but thanks for the service you guys do. I know you sit in a lot of meetings and I can't imagine wanting to always hear everything. But what I'm here today to talk about concerns after reading through the Ernst & Young report for the health center. And also, I'd just like to real quickly, there's two things I wanted to bring into this as well. Jarrett Sanchez, I wanted to commend you. Back in my fraternity days doing Robert's Rules of Order, it's not anything anybody would want to do. You're really good at it. So I just wanted to, I've been wanting to say that for a while. The other thing is the other day, if anybody here, and I wanted to also note there's people down below in a different room because there's so many people here. So there's a lot of interest. If anybody could support the business, I think it's 5th and Main Street downtown, it's a Shell oil station. There was a flag wavering on one hook. It was just looking frail and weak. Went in, stopped by, and the owner real quickly grabbed a ladder and an employee helped to fix it. It looks bold, it's strong, just like America is bold and strong. It brings me to my concerns. My concerns are, and I wish Dr. Spencer was here to be able to say he so eloquently brought Jesus into the building. The funding, it's tied in with ARPA, Advanced Research Project Administration. And my concerns are the co-ownership with the federal government, what restrictions they might have when the next pandemic is incurred, because we had the National Institute of Health fund the coronavirus. After that, the chemical injections that were marketed as vaccines but are not, they're experimental use authorized chemicals, which caused a lot of cancers and blood clots and heart attacks, and the research is beyond dispute as far as the statistical incurrence. So I'm concerned about the co-ownership with the federal government, especially a federal government that seems to violate the biblical teachings of what we just brought in, which was Jesus's love. So what I'd like to do, I don't expect to change your vote. I don't expect to do anything, but I would like to just bring in to the discussion real quickly that this is coming from money that's been borrowed. So this isn't real money. This is money that's been borrowed. This year we borrowed 3.1 trillion, which at 3% makes a $60 billion interest payment on the debt with no principal pay down. But we're nationally at 31 trillion. And at 31 trillion at 3%, we're at 900 billion in interest payments just on interest. So we're taking money as a grant, which I get. You're going to take it because it's here. But just understand, we're playing smoke and mirrors, and we're allowing the federal government to make inroads into the state by having co-ownership of our buildings. And I'm worried that what's really happening is we're losing our rights. Our federal government's telling people to come across the border illegally. They're now co-owning buildings and coming into the state of Illinois and other states. So they're co-opting the buildings with the right to take over if they nationalize, if there's another pandemic. So those are my concerns. I don't have expertise on the health building itself, so I'll refrain from that. I thank you for letting me speak. And again, I would just like to say, please support the business owner. He's actually Indian, and it was remarkable to see his enthusiasm to support the American flag, his pride in America. And America is strong, and there's a lot of patriots out there, so please support that business.
Mary Sheskring?
Hello, can you hear me?
Very loud and well.
My name is Mary Shesgreen. I live in Elgin. And I thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today. I represent myself, but I also represent my organization, which is Fox Valley Citizens for Peace and Justice. I'm here to congratulate you for considering building a new building for the Kane County Health Department. I think I strongly support the concept of public health. I think the pandemic taught us all how incredibly essential it is to have good public health in every community. And I'm very glad that Kane County is going to have a bigger, better, more sophisticated health department. The pandemic taught us the importance of vaccines. And I especially appreciated, as an older person with a disabled husband, that it was the Kane County Health Department that provided the vaccines, the first couple of vaccine shots that my husband and I were able to get. I think the vaccines saved millions of lives. I hope that in this new Kane County Health Department, you will have a mental health component. I was a psychotherapist in Geneva and St. Charles for 30 years, and I know the importance of mental health, and I hope that you support mental health. I also want to take this opportunity to encourage you regarding the immigration policy, that your first order of your first priority should be that the policy must be humane and respectful toward people who are coming to our shores. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the board and especially Mavis Bates for your climate action plan. I am an activist for the climate, and I appreciate the work that the climate action plan of the county has been doing. I want you all to know that the public supports you, supports democracy. This is local democracy. This is real at the local level, that the public supports you. I myself, as a political activist, do speak truth to power when I disagree with you. I will be here if you do things I disagree with. I will be here to tell you that, but I will do that with respect and civility, because I think one of the most precious things we have is respect and humility as we conduct our business. Thank you.
Cheryl Brumbaugh Caford.
Thank you to the Kane County Board for receiving public comments. My name is Cheryl Brumbaugh Caford. I live in Elgin. I'm here first to speak in support of the county's public health department. Having very much appreciated the work of the department during the COVID-19 pandemic, and having seen the benefits of having a strong public health department for our local communities. Kane County Health Department's work during the pandemic was stellar. It was fabulous. It was necessary. It saved lives, and it supported our families, our children, our youth, our elderly, and the people who are most vulnerable. And I want to thank you all for your work in keeping that public health department alive and well. I want to express full and heartfelt support for the spending of tax dollars on a facility for the Kane County Health Department, and I urge you all to vote for it. To the Kane County Board members, please know there is strong community support out there for the county to work diligently at this and all other concerns that are for the benefit of our families and our communities. I'm also here to express the strongest possible support for the Climate Action Implementation Plan and to thank County Board Member Mavis Bates for her leadership in that process. I was one of the dozens of volunteers who were gathered together to help create the draft plan with leadership from Ted Redmond of Pale Blue Dot consulting firm. The Climate Action Implementation Plan is extremely important for our county and for our world. It's a crucial initiative, and I urge all of you when it comes to your desk for support to vote for it. I'm also here to express my heartfelt concern for the immigrants who are being bused into our area from the southern border. I want to urge Kane County to extend a warm and compassionate welcome to them. We must treat each one with full respect and offer our help to each one to find a place to be at home here. I want to point out, just in closing, that your demographic in the room is skewed in part because of the time at which you meet. You meet on a working day during working hours. And I expect that there are many people who would love to come and speak to you about important matters to their families and their lives who cannot come because they're working right now. I took a half-day vacation day to come. Not everyone can do that. I would encourage you to think carefully about your meeting time as you go forward to become much more accessible to the younger, working, tax-paying people who I am sure are very interested in the matters on your agenda today. Thank you.
Terrence Lally.
Good morning. My name is Terry Lally. I'll be brief. I was particularly the first speaker. I was very taken back with some of his comments, and I don't feel I need to repeat them. I'm here once again as a taxpayer to ask the Kane County Board not to spend $30 million on a new health facility. I don't care where the money comes from. We know what's going on with the federal government. We know about the deficits and debt. And I like that gentleman brought up the interest payments. Did you notice that he said interest only, no principal pay down, which seems to be the way the entire government from all levels work? It's our children and our grandchildren, all of which you have, that are going to pay this. And quite frankly, it's going to come sooner than you think. Furthermore, in any expenditure of this size, whether you're taking money from the government or not, there should be a reasonable amount of total expenditures arrive through a robust due diligence process. That's to protect the citizens, the legal citizens of Kane County who pay the taxes around here. The cost earmarked for the health department building program seems to me to be far from reasonable. I'm certain it contains line item expenses that are for the benefit of others outside of Kane County. You know who they are. They're not us. I urge you to consider that and consider the citizens of Kane County when you make that vote. Thank you.
Michelle Betted.
Michelle Batag, St. Charles. I'm here to talk about several things, but one being, I do agree this would be great at night, and it would be great for all the citizens to be able to talk. There's many downstairs that would love to speak as well. Regarding this health building, we do not want this. People are suffering in Kane County. They are paying the top taxes in the country, and they're done with paying and paying. This government or this study that was provided by Ernst & Young displays all of the risks, many risks to our county that could be biting us later down the road. Whether they want to sell the building or if they're not in compliance with the stipulations that they provided, there is a high likely chance that they might call the money due. I don't want to take that risk personally. And why, on the other hand, when Michael Isaacson has a $10 million budget or a $10 million savings or a net, why does he have $10 million in reserve? We can upgrade the existing Aurora and Elgin facilities, maybe some strip malls that are going for $2 on the square foot, that we could possibly rent those and provide services. I don't think any of these speakers are against providing services for Kane County citizens, but I can tell you, people over in Michelle Gumbs' district or Cheryl Strathman's district aren't hightailing it over to the west side of Geneva out in the country to get services. They're going to go to the ER like they've been doing. We all question why. We all question this. We all question the big why. There's no details whatsoever. It's like building $1 million house and having no furniture. We have no idea what's going to go in. Fonestock says it's not going to cost the taxpayers any money. Well, first of all, it's a $7 million shortage on $30 million building, which is not going to cost $30 million. The building's huge. The cost of construction is astronomical. And there's a timeline that has to be met, or else we're going to be not having that money at all. I just think to myself, like, what is the why? We just did a study for $1.8 million on a $110 million campus that basically went to the wayside because we can't afford it. It leads me back to Madam Chair's donors. Pages and pages.
That is, Michelle, that is not germane to this.
It
So
is,
please,
it is.
Michelle, I will stop.
It is.
I will stop. Put it down. Michelle, no,
Point of order, ma'am, point of order.
No,
During public comment,
no, I will not.
During
accept-
public
I will not
comment-
accept that.
during public comment,
Mr. Young.
someone can come up here and say anything they want. They can come up here and say a joke. They can say that the Chicago Bears are the best team in football. These people have the right to say whatever they want.
Agenda items right now.
You may continue, but please keep it to the health department.
I am. So basically, when Madam Chair ran last time, she had no money for signs. Now I have pages and pages of union support and
That
donors.
has got nothing to
outside
do with
of
the
our
construction
county.
of the health department.
It does. In fact, it does. Because we just spent $1.8 million on plans for a government center that we didn't even do. And now we're going to do these plans again, even though Ernst & Young said it's a huge risk for our county to take on this project. This is a huge problem. I don't want to spend money on plans that never go anywhere. We don't have the money to do this. There's no need. 600 people visited this health department last year. And maybe people can argue because we didn't have enough services. Fine, get some strip malls, provide whatever vaccines or whatever you want to do in those malls, but we don't have to spend $50 million plus. What about what are we going to provide in those buildings? Nothing has been detailed about what we're going to provide in that building. Nothing. Why would one board member say yes to this? I mean, that's very questionable. If they vote yes, it shows to me they're either on this, getting this list as well, which we'll find out, or they have no clue and they're just going along to get along. But voters are seeing this super clear. They're seeing why. I mean, it's since the beginning of time. And by the way, if the legals are the plan to put them in there and give them services, that's a whole nother topic, right? That's a topic that you promised us in January to have a resolution to, and now it's not on the agenda. We of Kane County, we're trying to protect our county. I met with a gal 2 weeks ago that lives outside of Denver, And she said that every morning she has illegals knocking on her door for 30 minutes, asking to use the facilities in her condo, a single woman, and the police won't do anything about it. If you think that could not happen in Kane County, this can happen in Kane County. Look what's going on. Kids are getting dropped off in St. Charles. Kids are getting dropped off across the whole district, every district in this county every day. It's coming here. So I'm sure I have more. Hold on. One topic I want to bring up. When everyone votes, please check your receipt when you get it done too, because there's some discrepancies with people voting. Well, Matt,
That is not on the agenda.
these gals had a bunch of stuff that wasn't on the
That is not on
agenda.
the agenda.
Okay. Okay, and just Madam Chair, you making the comment about 1 month work permit, not waiting for 6 months for these illegals to have work. You want them to get 1 month work permit. It says everything. And the voters of Kane County, doesn't matter what party, doesn't. We know the agenda. We want a resolution that's fair and that protects Kane County citizens.
We have one more speaker, and that'll be Susan Hathaway Altman.
I don't see her, but I signed up on Sunday night, and I would expect that all the citizens that signed up, I signed up online. I have my confirmation. So if Susan comes up, that's great, but I do want to be able to speak. Thank you. I'll wait for her for another 30 seconds.
Use of the building. Page 23 and 40. There's 20 pages of the use.
Brian Anderson.
Yeah. And she says there's nothing about how we're going to use the building.
The only one I see is Brian Anderson here.
Read the paper.
Petition.
Did you?
Yeah, that's, I called her. She's not here. Is there anybody else? No? Off agenda. All right, I see Mr. Brian Anderson. I can recognize.
Bad system.
Seems like it happens every time.
But we only got 30 minutes, so if they're all saying the same thing. Okay.
You? I see your name. Come up, please. I was just conferring to make sure we've got everybody on the list.
Yes.
Good morning, Brian Anderson, Sugar Grove, Illinois. Sorry for my delay, but I wanted to pull up a document that got me off track. So for the gentleman was telling me to hurry up, I apologize. So I wasn't going to speak regarding the February 7th executive meeting. I wanted to speak today for all the board members that were not there. I would encourage you to go on, and maybe you already have, and listen to the 4.5 hours. Now, most of that 4.5 hours was not obviously citizen speaking, but there were only 2 of us that spoke that day. And I spoke on facts. I wasn't bloviating. And I hope that you will take the time to go back and listen to the facts on everything that we're talking about today, which for me, it's agenda 24034. Now, to the wonderful woman who spoke secondly, who came up from Elgin, I love what she said. We can agree to disagree agreeably, and I want to thank her for that. I went to the Elgin Health Building, and Mavis Bates would have us believe everything fell apart in March of 2020, and COVID killed us, and everything was bad. Okay. This is a sign for those that live in Elgin, and I went there, and here it is. New customers, service hours for the Kane County Health Department, Aurora, and our Elgin office, effective immediately. April 18th, 2016. Folks, it's a dead zone. I was there on the only day of the week that it's opened for this chattel of people needing services. Nobody's there. It's a dead zone. It's been a dead zone for 8 years. So I'm sorry, the facts are the facts. There are not thousands of people clamoring for these services. I was able to speak with a team member. She goes, "Why are you here?" I said, "Well, I got online, saw that you had a location in Aurora and in Elgin, thought I'd come up and see what services." "Well, what are you looking for?" Now, I say this and I'll frame it up why. How about a COVID shot? "Oh, no, we don't give those kind of services here." So you're talking to a healthy 62-year-old that's never been vaxxed, never been tested, never been swabbed. Okay? I've been healthy. Praise God. My 93-year-old mother who lives in assisted living, never been vaxxed, never been swabbed, never been sick. Unbelievable. But I digress. So I came today because I wanted to thank board member Michelle Gums. I wish she was here today. She is breathing wisdom to the board. Pause. Let's pause. We don't know what we're getting into. We don't know what the services are. And I would agree. The current executive director, wonderful man. I met him, talked with him at a town hall. He's been in his current role, ladies and gentlemen, for 20 months. He ought to come to the table with ideas. Okay? When Michelle Gums says, we don't even know what services, he's had that opportunity. And oh, by the way, he's been with Kane County government for 24 years. Just like Aaron Rodgers sitting on the bench when Brett Favre left, he came up and he won. I would be expecting the same thing out of this current ED. But again, I digress. I went on the DuPage County Health Department website yesterday. Okay, here's what we've got going. Behavioral health services. Cool. We also have 25 of those around the Kane County area already. They're independents. They're grants. Okay. Clinical services. Great. Come, including tuberculosis. Okay, sounds good. Kane County, currently out of 540,000 people that live in Kane County, we've had 10 cases of tuberculosis. Okay, we don't need a $50 million building for 10 cases. DuPage 46, Kendall 3, and oh, by the way, our favorite Cook County, 66. But again, I digress. We're going to give, and I love this, this is not my words, it's on their website, and this speaks to Madam Chair's heart. We're going to give refugee health screening and immunization. Ding, 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 ding. Ladies and gentlemen, my wife is a nurse, my daughter is a doctor. All of these services, and most of these people in this audience can go to any Walmart, Costco, CVS, any ER. My point in closing, we don't need to spend the money, and I encourage each and every board member to dig into the Ernst & Young report because it reveals the truth. Go and pass and come back another day. Thank you.
I have no other names on my report, but there was one woman for on agenda or off agenda. And what is your name, sir? Okay, hold on, Simon.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair,
Yes.
I just got an email from Ken Lobel. He was our first speaker. He accidentally took the sign-up sheets. So I'm going to forward them.
Thank you.
Should I forward them to, who should I forward them to?
Right here.
Forward me.
Email is that?
As far as the,
All right, why you
Who should I
got
forward
them?
it to?
Yes.
Christie Duffy?
I'm sorry?
Christie A, DUFFY, CHRISTIE,
Oh, sign-up sheet should be.
Life happens.
All right, hopefully I got it right.
Okay, so we have a one woman.
Not
audible.
We have a lady who came forward, so please, ma'am. I'm sorry. All right, and then remember, we have a time frame, so I'll allow these two speakers since they are in this room. And then, sir, please, and then that'll be it.
Sorry, Christy Duffier.
Thank you.
DUFFY.
I signed up at 8 a.m. this morning. My confirmation number was 001210.
And sir, what is your topic?
The spending of the ARPA funds.
Okay, very good, thank you.
So I did my best to read through the Ernst & Young report, and I noticed
Well,
there,
I'm sorry, your name again?
Simon Schrocky,
Okay.
Elgin, Illinois.
You sound-
I did my best to read through the Ernst & Young report, and I noticed there were basically three main topics that this new building could potentially be used on, which was vaccine distribution, which I'm not going to get into, although I just heard of a friend yesterday who has not had a period since she's been vaccinated. The other main item was mental health services. I'm extremely leery when the government starts getting interested in mental health because it's not a concrete sort of infrastructure that the government can it's not a concrete piece of infrastructure the government can work on. An example of what happens it seems to me is like the Canadian program for mental health, which is now working on legalizing euthanasia for anyone suffering from depression by 2027. So you throw money at people suffering from depression because they have a high suicide rate, and then you can't fix it, so you just throw money and you decide to help them kill themselves anyway. They could have done it for free. So that's what it seems to me happens when the government gets into these kinds of programs that aren't concrete. Now, Elgin did a concrete thing with their ARPA funds, which is they devoted a certain amount per year to replacing the lead service lines. Now, I've been reading on PubMed several studies associating COVID complications with severe lead exposure. I can forward it to you once, but I think all of you received an email sent rather at an inconvenient hour last night detailing what Elgin has done with their ARPA funds. And it's a concrete action that has measurable benefits as opposed to this sort of gigantic building that we still don't understand. So I would ask you folks to please read that email and investigate concrete actions that can be taken instead of just sort of long-term projects. Thank you.
And ma'am, could we have your name and then the topic?
My name is Sylvia Schragi, and I am speaking on the proposed health department facility. And I did send that email last night, and I would strongly urge you to read it about the lead service replacement fund, using ARPA to replace lead in the pipes. Because I came to the health department, health board meeting in January, and I heard no concrete purposes for this building other than some nebulous social work type mental health things plus vaccinations. And what concerned me is something that the department prides itself of. The department prides itself of we don't spend your tax dollars, we just get grants. We're just grant funded. And at that meeting, there was representatives of a program that had been held allegedly by one of those grants that was coming to an end. This is what happens. The grant lasted 7 years. When the 7 years go by, these people say, now you're gonna leave us, abandon this program that we like so much. So now what do we do? If we can't renew the grant, then we can't continue this program. So if the department doesn't have funding and just randomly takes on different projects that start and stop, do we need a $50 million building for random projects that start and stop? That does not make sense. To the contrary, you could take that money and use it for something specific, which was mentioned also by Mr. Michael Isaacson when he talked about the cycle of disease. And one of the points was a susceptible host. But he did not address some of the things that make a susceptible host, which is toxicity. If you are full of lead, you are susceptible to anything. So we have a crisis that started getting attention in Flint, Michigan, and that is the whole country all over. When we have the opportunity to fix it, if we have surplus of funds, why don't we look at environmental health in the sense of what we can do to improve existing living conditions, not new buildings for workers, but the people who we already have who are poisoned in their own homes by lead services that were put in by our own utilities. So I know it's a different entity, the city, compared to the county, but I would hope you can find a way to help the residents that are in your districts with the money and the surplus you have to actually help them practically with their help. Now, when it comes to the immigrants, I worked on grants. I have experience with grants. I worked 5 years as manager at Sherman Hospital, and I obtained 2 grants in 5 years because we did a stellar job at helping limited English proficiency patients. That was my job. I trained the doctors on how to take a good history using an interpreter to not treat them like cows. To know, because you save a lot of money on unnecessary studies if you know what the person is coming from, what the history is. So I know about helping immigrants, but I also get very disillusioned. Why? I got called to labor and delivery almost every day, multiple times, to new moms who were cuddling their newborn baby. Why was I called there? A doctor who knew a smattering, a little bit of Spanish, smiled at the patient and would say, "You want the surgery for no more babies?" I would like to know who here who is not an immigrant, who is not a Spanish speaker, God asked, why would they want the surgery for no more babies when they're cuddling their newborn? Nobody got targeted like that. Why did they get targeted? Because Medicaid covers immigrant women for 90 days. So this doctor made a business of 2-for-1, self-referral. Our tax dollars paid for the delivery and for the sterilization of the immigrants. Is that what we want from our health department? This is genocide. You think you're helping and you are going after them to reduce population.
Thank you. Concludes this part of our public comment.
I think we're out of time. Madam Chair. We've only had 27 minutes of people talking.
Thank you for the timing. Yes, ma'am, what is your name, please? Jean, let me make sure you're on. Oh, I'm not. Gotcha. Jean, I can't find you. There you are. Go ahead. And this will be the last speaker. All right, Jean?
Yes, vote no to a new public health building when we provide free or low-cost services paid for by forcibly taxing those who work, not free, to provide a seamless web of care, cradle to grave, for a population that needs to be fed for life. We change our form of government from being a constitutional republic with its amazing freedoms and blessing to some form of communism, Marxism, and make many of those you help slaves to a life in which they live poorly and need government assistance for the rest of their life. Remember my friends who spent a good part of their life making sure they worked so little that they could keep their subsidies. They're now elderly and they're living poorly at a level of poverty and need that is deplorable. We kept them with our system of welfare and subsidy as slaves. Hear what the new president of Argentina, a country that was once the fourth most wealthy country in the world, said at the World Economic Forum and Davos, Switzerland, where the elite who run the world plan annually to take away freedom and bounty on January 17th, 2024. He says, new president Milei warns that the Western world is in danger. It is in danger because those that should defend the values of the West have been co-opted by a vision of the world that leads to socialism and therefore to poverty. In recent decades, the main leaders of the Western world, he says, have abandoned the cause of freedom to collectivism, meaning that some well-meaning, willing to help others, but others want to maintain the long-term privileged caste, abandoning freedom for collectivism. Collective experiments, he says, are not the solution to the evils of the world, but the root cause of them. When Argentina adopted the model of freedom in 1860, in 35 years, he said they became a leading world power. But when they embraced collectivism, over the next 100 years, they dropped to number 140 from fourth place. Capitalism brought an explosion of wealth and lifted 90% of global population out of poverty, he said. Free trade capitalism is the only instrument to end extreme poverty. But the left wing has attacked capitalism as evil, as being individualistic. Social justice is not just, but intrinsically an evil idea. Taxes are paid coercively. The higher the tax burden, the lower the freedom. Collectivism hinders and binds the hands of entrepreneurs. Free trade capitalism gives more freedom and riches. He says free countries are better off than 90% of people in repressed countries. The West is in danger, he finishes, or I finish for him. Socialism always leads to poverty and murdered over 100 million people in the 1900s. I speak now. We are on the path to collectivism with the direction of the Kane board and all levels of government in this country are leading us. Are you board members true, blue, patriotic Americans? Are you bold enough and wise enough to push back the path the globalists who wish to maintain the long-term privileged social caste are on? When our country has totally lost the freedom and bounty provided by free capitalism, will you be able to tell the young people of this country that you fought for freedom? Vote no to enlarging Kane County Public Health with a new large building that can only coercively force more taxes out of those who work. Thank you so much. Let's fight for our country.
All right, board members, that concludes public comment. We are going to be going into closed session right now, but
We're done.
we're done, sir. We're done. We're done.
You're out of order, sir.
That concludes public comment. We're going into executive session, but I need to, could you please tell us?
Need a motion to go into closed session for the purpose of discussing pending litigation and litigation which may be imminent or probable.
Caius moves to go into closed session for the aforementioned subjects.
Sorry,
Just hold on a second.
Wait.
So it's
Hold on.
executive session needs to be for settlement of claims, pending probable and imminent litigation, as well as the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, and or dismissal of specific employees.
Just like
Okay,
that.
very good.
And
Oh, we have
Bates.
a motion, Ms. Bates, you seconded. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
I'm going to do this. Alan?
Alan, I.
Celeste? I'm sorry, repeat again.
Alan was I.
Aye.
You got to vote for it.
Alan, I.
Thank you. Bates? Yes, okay. Berman? Mr. Berman is not here. Doherty?
Doherty, yes.
Dabbist? Ford? Gums?
Gums, yes. No, that's a yes.
Thank you. Iqbal?
Iqbal, yes.
Juby?
Juby, aye.
Kenyon? Caius?
Yes.
Leonard?
Leonard, yes.
Lewis? Mr. Linder, did you arrive? Melina?
Molina, yes.
Roth?
Roth, yes.
Sanchez?
Sanchez, yes.
Silva?
Silva, yes.
Rathman?
Yes.
Surgis? Tarver?
Harvard, yes.
Tepe?
Deppie, yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Young?
Yes.
Passes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Berman's here. Okay, Berman's back. So it was Alan and Linder? Okay. All right, we're going into closed session.
All right, everybody online that's joining us in the closed session, please accept the invite. Be aware we are live streaming, so until I give you the okay, anything you say will be going out to the public. Give us a few moments here to get things turned around, and please accept those invites. Reminder to those in the room that have joined the digital session, you must also join the closed session.
And make sure everybody take your items with you, your personal items, please.
We'll have to.
That is better summary.
Just ask John to state the purpose. Doesn't have to be important.
You having fun?
It's supposed to be in the minutes of the meeting.
I love your beads. Your cow beads.
How'd you earn those? How'd you earn those beads?
Is that?
Um,
Great.
Please.
we'll figure it out.
I'm still missing 2 online people to accept their invites into the closed session. 1 individual needs to accept the closed session. I will be forced to send you to the waiting room if you do not accept.
We can talk about that. Develop that procedure
We're not
better.
gonna
There we go. The mic's on. Could you let us open up the blinds, please? We can legally open up. Okay, let him get the blinds up and then we'll take the quick vote. Yes. Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Was that yes to consent?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, may I have a motion and a second to go back to open session? No, yeah, now we gotta go back into open session. Roll call, please. Back to open session. Roll call. Yeah, for open
Okay,
session.
roll call for open session. Alan? Alan, aye. Bates, are you present? Whatever.
Yes.
Yes. No. This is for roll, just to, that we're in open session. Berman?
Yes, you're here. You're here.
Here. Yeah, correct. Yes. Doherty, are you present?
Yes.
Thank you. Dabist? Ford? Gums? Ms. Gums, for open session, are you present? Iqbal?
Iqbal present.
Thank you. Juby? Kenyon? Caius?
Vice President.
Leonard?
Leonard here.
Lewis?
Who's there?
Linda is not. Molina? Roth? Not yet. Sanchez?
Sanchez present.
Silva?
Silva is here.
Strathman? Surgis? Tarver? Tepe?
Jumpy here.
Williams?
Here.
Young?
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Okay,
Gums
we're
is
going to
here.
take a 10-minute recess, everybody. I'd like you back at
Gums is
12,
here. All right.
12:05.
But he's happy.
Oh, crazy.
Six and it was approved, so I just think all the details.
Like my words.
I can do that
All of
for,
the big meetings.
for 16.
What I would tell you is provide your reason for why. Whether or not economic values go down.
What is this? Does the CPA specify?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Is there? Drinking?
I used to love that when I was a kid. No, I'm good.
Roth is here.
Not good for me now. It's not the best. I limit it when I can. I eat pizza. I mean, I know. I just try and, limit. Yeah, I had to try one. Yeah.
Because by the end.
Got my vape pen?
That would be epic if you did that during the meeting.
Just
The whole room reeks of weed.
Some days that's a close call.
But somebody's trying to.
That's Leslie. Yeah, Juby's like, oh, my way.
The zoning board approval. Something about kisses.
Yeah. Which one? Leslie wanted to give people a kiss. They sat on this row. She gave us 2 kisses.
Here, Mark, have a kiss on me.
Actually, well, he doesn't know because he hasn't taken.
I haven't taken the training yet. I keep getting emails.
You're not up to date.
Well, you like.
I could be. I might. It could not.
You haven't got like hours
Who's to
to
say?
boredom and you can.
Yeah.
Actually go on YouTube and then put the speed at least time and a half.
Yeah, that's right.
At least time and a half.
Oh, yeah, good idea.
Set the speed up, like 30 minutes, you're done.
Yeah.
Double timing.
I tell people that all the time. Like, it's the only way to do it. You can't listen to it at regular speed.
Pick up the regular. if
Yeah,
you
you
need to.
find where's the section you need.
Trust me, on the Apple Watch.
Hello? There we go. Thank you very much. Ooh, thank you, sir. All right, we have been called to order. Clerk, we are in open session, but we need to, once again, call the attendance, so please call the roll.
All right. Ellen, are you present?
Alan present.
Thank you. Bates. Here. Berman.
Berman's here.
Pretty.
Right here.
Evest. Ford.
Board present.
Gums.
Gums here.
Okay, thank you. Iqbal. Mr. Iqbal. Juby.
Juby here.
Kenyon.
Yeah, Iqbal present.
Thank you. Caius. Thank you.
Present.
Ms. Kenyon. Leonard.
Leonard here.
Lewis.
Who is here?
Linder. Not here. Melina. Roth.
Roth here.
Sanchez.
Sanchez present.
Silva.
Silva is here.
Strathman.
Present.
Surgis. Tarver.
Harvard's here.
Tepe.
Debbie here.
Williams.
Here.
Young.
Here.
Madam Chair, you
Yeah.
a quorum.
We have a quorum. Okay, very good. We are now going on to our zoning petitions. I will turn that over to Mr. Ford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our first zoning petition is number 4616. It's a Development Committee. Petitioner is Alexander Johnson,
Don't move it.
Kane Solar 2 LLC. Location is 47 West, 829 Route 38 in Caneville Township. The proposed is special use in the farming district for a solar facility. Objectors as neighbors and area property owners. I think there's a misprint here that at the beginning, the zoning board did approve it, but when it went back, there was a vote 6-0 against it.
Make a motion, Mr.
I
would Leonard will second the
motion.
Okay,
Now, I'll second his motion.
okay, thank you.
Ken Shepro, Special Assistant State's Attorney. We want to outline the procedure for the speakers on this. We're proposing to allocate a total of 30 minutes for the discussion. There is to be divided equally under our ordinance and state law, equally between proponents and opponents. So if you're going to speak, we need to identify your side. The proponents, the applicant will have the 15 minutes, of which if they choose to, they may reserve some time for rebuttal at the end. If you are an objector and you received actual notice of the hearing before the Zoning Board of Appeals, even if you didn't go, if you received notice, please identify yourself to us because you would be entitled to speak first. If you have a spokesman on behalf of the group, that person would be allowed to speak as well in addition, but again, it's limited to the 15 minutes aside. So with that, Madam Chair, would be in order to represent or to recognize the applicant for the petition.
Oh, do we have any applicants for 4616?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the zoning board, county board. Been through the zoning board a couple times and now we are here. Let me momentarily get up my comments if I might. So by now, I think you all know me. My name is Andy Melka with Horizon Solar Power. We're here with our fourth project in the county following the approval of 3 previous projects by this board, all of which were 23 of you voting in favor and 1 lone no. And now we're here with the fourth, which is nearly indistinguishable from the previous 3, with the one key exception of a couple more neighbors who are very vocal in their opposition. But other than that, these projects are nearly indistinguishable. Their opinions about solar and their vocal opposition don't change the facts that this petition meets all of the standards of your ordinance and of the state law and should be approved. So to dive in on the facts, the ZBA, as you heard, previously recommended approval of this project and then was sent back by this board to reconsider the findings. They recommended denial, even though it was unanimous. It was only on 1 of the 6 findings of fact. Finding B, concluding that number 1, the mere site of a solar project could cause hardship on the neighbors, And number two, that there wasn't site-specific report on impact to property values. There was no data or expert testimony given by the objectors, yet the ZBA weighed their speculation on equal or greater footing than our expert testimony and data. On the property values, you will see we have a person, Marus and Associates, Marus and Company, online today to present to you a brief outline of a site-specific property value study that they have done. So you will hear with the conclusion that there is no evidence that property values would be impacted by this project. On the views, Illinois has long recognized that views are not a protected property right. Otherwise, every development that happens in this county could be stopped by some neighbor saying it interferes with my view. There's a lot of things our landowners could do on their property that would be a worse view than solar, such as chicken feed barns, carnivals and circuses, radio stations or towers, even migrant labor camps without special use approval and no input from neighbors. So to deny this permit but not others on the basis of impacts to neighbors' views would really be an arbitrary decision. We have worked hard to address the neighbors' concerns, but we can't address all of them. We've worked closely with Caneville Fire to ensure that their fire department concerns are addressed. We've adjusted the site plan to accommodate additional landscaping and further setbacks from the neighbors. We'd offered them additional funds to install landscaping on their property as they see fit, but they're so far been unwilling to work with us. Solar development has been a positive for innumerable counties across the country. Solar projects of this size have been in the Midwest for almost a decade now, and I personally have been involved in them since 2015. The claimed negatives have not materialized, but the benefits are proven. New tax revenue, landowner revenue, grid modernization and stabilization, and the sense of civic pride that we here are able to generate our own clean, reliable electricity in our backyards. We will also commit to a $20,000 donation to Caneville Fire Department if this project is approved for upgraded and new equipment. Kane County has long recognized the benefits of solar as well. Please don't let a handful of objectors whose opinions are devoid of facts convince you otherwise. As the great Enlightenment thinker Samuel Johnson once said, nothing will ever be attempted if all possible objections must first be overcome. You can and should be proud of what Kane County has done to encourage homegrown solar energy. Please approve this project as well. Thank you. At this point, I think I'd like to invite either Nick or should Marus go? If Mike or Joey Marus are on the line and able, they have a presentation that I believe is ready to go. Marus slides, if the folks in the back could.
No, it's ready to go. Is that ready to go?
There were slides that I sent previously. I think Hira had them and I sent them to Jane as well. Mike or Joey, are you on the line and ready to speak?
Mike Marus is on the line.
Right. Hello, Mike.
My video appears to be disabled. My audio obviously is fine.
I think we're working to get the slides visible here on their control. No, not that one. Should be titled Marus, M-A-R-O-U-S. Okay, Mike, can you see him? There we go. Thank you.
Yes. Good afternoon, board. My name is Michael Marus. Please, next slide.
Michael, could you please talk a little bit louder?
Sure. My name is Michael Marus. I am a professional real estate appraiser, have been for many years, hold the MAI and CRE designations, hold a general certified licensure in the state of Illinois. I've actually been engaged by the County of Kane for several land disputes and have done considerable valuation for land in Kane County and actually in this area appraised Midwest ground cover. Over my career, next page, I've been involved with the analysis of over 50 solar projects, predominantly in Illinois, but going as far west as South Dakota, as far east as the state of New York. Please jump to the next page. And then, so this just outlines some of the solar and wind projects that I've worked on, where I've analyzed projects to determine impact on property value. Next project, or next slide, please. The analysis, which I'm going to go through in a little more detail, but the conclusion after looking at the proposed project, the setbacks, the character of the area, the trend of development, the demographics, the sales, in my opinion, there will be no negative impact on either rural residential or agricultural property values. And actually for agricultural properties, it should have an economic increase in value. Next page, please. In this, I'm just going to quickly go through this, that as you've heard, there's significant economic benefits in looking at sales and looking at various studies that we've done in other areas. And I'm going to go into considering match pair analysis, that there's no indication that there's a negative impact. In fact, I've gone throughout the state of Illinois and actually almost 150 assessors throughout the Midwest that have solar farms in their county, and interviewed them as to if they found any negative impact, if they valued these properties proximate to solar arrays any differently than similar properties, and have there been any successful tax appeals. Conclusion, no negative impact, no tax appeals, and no finding that there's been negative impact. In fact, the economics were a benefit. The next slide, please. So this is just what we look at when we look at any proposed use, whether it be an industrial facility, whether we look at a road project, whether we look at a mixed-use commercial facility, and looking at appearance, environment, sustainability, noise, odor, traffic, hazardous materials. And this is what's considered every time. Next page, please. I had briefly mentioned the next page, please. I had briefly mentioned before match pair analysis, and this is one thing an appraiser does where we look at a comparable property in this situation that is proximate to a solar array and a similar sale of a residence in the same area, generally the same school districts, same factors, similar size, similar lot size, similar amenities, similar condition, to see if there's any impact based on the proximity to solar arrays. In this instance, I've looked at over 100 match pairs of similar situations of residential properties and have found no negative impact. Next slide, please. In this situation, I go out and I look at the property, I look at the proposed development, I look at the setbacks, and we also look at transactions in the area. And these 6 sales were the closest to the proposed development. And essentially, sale number 5 basically is immediately north. It's an older residence, heavily wooded. Sale 2 is just to the northwest, and sales 3, 4, and 6 are to the residential neighborhood just to the southwest of the subject. And you know, this just kind of looks for price points, price per foot, trend of development, and just to better understand the neighborhood. Next page. And these are just the pictures of these sales that are presented in the PowerPoint. Next page, probably skim through the next couple pages, just showing these sales. And then the next page is just the locational map, as I've just kind of discussed. But this also shows the winery to the north, the major agricultural facility to the north of that, the Kane schools to the southeast of the subject, and obviously a significant amount of land under agricultural use surrounding the area. Next page, please. This just summarizes in our research what we found are some of the major uses in the area, which you're familiar with, but again, talking about some of the major farms, some of the winery production going on. Just to the immediate east, you can see there's several large residential homes. But one of the things we looked at is the setback between the solar arrays and those houses. And those to the east are anywhere from 599 feet to about 1,132 feet. When we look at setbacks, 200 feet is generally the minimum that we consider acceptable. In this situation, there hasn't been a problem. And on the left, just looks at the population density, which is 60 people per square mile, which is really a very low dense agricultural type setting. Next page just summarizes what was done with the analysis, the first with Illinois, but some more. This has been done in Iowa, in Wisconsin, Indiana, Michigan. And again, the same conclusion that the assessors that had experience with solar found no negative impact on value. Next page, please. There's been several peer-reviewed articles in regard to studies for solar development. And the University of Texas, Austin was the first one. And basically they found for areas that had no experience with solar that there was concern that would be a negative impact. Then when they did their research with parties that had experience, and particularly assessors, they found no negative impact. University of Rhode Island, where there was high density
Ms.
location.
Maroos, you've got 3 minutes for the 15 minutes.
Sounds good. I'm about done.
Mike, we do have more we need to say. So
okay,
if you can wrap it up, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, the last two studies, Rhode Island and the LBNL studies, in my opinion, come to a similar conclusion. And the last page are just findings of fact for major solar projects that I testified in, basically in court cases where they found no negative impact of value. So my conclusion, again, after the extensive study, that in my opinion, there's no negative impact based on the proposed project. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mike. I'd like to invite Rich Johnson, the landowner, and if we have any time left to reserve that, and our rebuttal for our attorney, Nick Sandiford. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Richard Johnson. As Andy mentioned, with my wife, we're the co-owners of the property associated with this petition. Blair is sorry she can't be here. She's out of state helping her 88-year-old grandmother. We know that the mitigating climate change requires concerted efforts from individuals, communities, governments, and industries. As the state and county have already recognized, the biggest step that we can take to help combat climate change is to transition to renewable energies. If we have the political courage to shift away from fossil fuels and invest in renewable energy sources, we can reduce greenhouse gas emissions and our reliance on non-renewable sources. This project represents just such a shift. I'm not going to air the distortions and misrepresentations of fact presented by the opponents of the project here. They're summarized and refuted in the letter that I sent to each of you last week. Suffice it to say that they were so feeble that even the ZBA didn't take them into account on the second time we went through there. So this project makes environmental sense, and it also makes economic sense for us, the community, and the county. Blair and I have a 50-panel ground-mounted solar array on our property in Carpentersville. It's immensely productive. Our electric bill is less than $10 a billing cycle. Imagine those savings on the scale of this project. Talk about happy constituents, not to mention a happy planet. And after all, that's what Blair and I stand for a cleaner, greener, healthier future for all our kids and grandkids. But not only that, the economic benefits extend to the county as well. The tax revenue from this project will be an order of magnitude far greater than it generates as farmland. And our family lives, pays taxes, and spends our money in the county too. And let me close by saying, I get it. Y'all are in a tough, difficult spot. Some group of constituents are going to walk away today disappointed. For our part, we hope that you'll have the courage and fortitude to stand for the county's bold vision for a secure, sustainable, economically sound future and resist the political expedience of caving in to the not in my backyard crowd. As Abe Lincoln, whose birthday we honored yesterday.
Time is up, sir.
You can't escape the responsibility of tomorrow by evading it today. So please embrace that responsibility today. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Right, is there a spokesman on behalf of the objectors? If not, no, that's all right.
Three speakers. Again,
All right, those, again, we are going to give preference in the order of speaking to those who received notice of the hearing before the zoning board.
okay, very good. And did you get a notice, sir? Okay,
Yeah.
okay, then
Right.
come, please.
15 total.
And it'll be 15 total.
Total 15 for everybody.
I have that. I'll
Yes.
try to
Yeah.
keep it brief as I can. First off,
Name,
I-
sir.
this is Attorney Stuart Peterson on behalf of Mr. Brandini, who has the large acreage with the winery that part of that is adjacent to this project. One thing I'd ask is, I see you have your executive summary that's up there, and it had the wrong finding as to it being recommended when it was not. I don't know whether or not before today's date, any board members had a chance to review the ZBA findings and minutes in their summary of those minutes. So I don't know if there's any other inaccuracies in that report, but it was unanimously voted not to recommend us on 1/3/24. Next, I would note that I would object to the new testimony of Mr. Morose. That I don't think I've had a chance to see that report. He was not present, or nor did he present that presentation at the ZBA. This is their effort and to get an expert, which I guess we could assume that they paid for, to rebut the ZBA. So there's an implicit bias. I would note in his report, his conclusions are based on some properties that he looked at, none of which are similar to these. Large acreage with the winery, the other two homes that are here today to do it are all 10 or 15 acres. Every one of the evaluations he took, one was 5 acres, I think another one was around 2, and all the other ones were just around an acre. You're comparing apples and oranges. He nicely, if you know how it's written, comes to the conclusions directly out of the statute, the 6 factors that we're considering. So we know what his target was, because that's his exact conclusion, word for word. So I would ask the board not to really consider his recommendation. And at the end, I noticed he was referring to the Rhode Island report, which I've presented at every opportunity through this process at both ZBAs. And in that report, which you guys should have the board members should have a copy of, I've indicated, once you get within 1/10 of a mile, and that's the question, how close to the properties that is he looking at are next to the solar array? And once you get within 1/10 of a mile, there's up to 7% reduction in value. We have adjacent properties of large acreage. That means a lot of reduction in value. And I can only tell you what that would mean to my client and the value reduction on his property. And they also indicate on page 4 or 5 of that study that I presented and made part of the record, that what we really need to look at is when we're doing this, what land are we taking out of? Well, we know we're using some of the best land in the state, let alone Kane County, that's good farmland. And that we should consider not building on farm or forest land in non-rural areas would significantly help in this calculation, but we have no rural studies. And they recommend in the Rhode Island report, which you have and hopefully reviewed, saying that maybe you shouldn't put them in certain areas. And I think he's speaking about kind of what we have here. I'd also note that the 2019 assessor survey that's relied upon, we're in 2024, which most likely means if they had time to study it, the data they were using was probably from 2015, 16, 17, and 18. So anywhere from 5 to 10 years old. I don't think that can be accurately relied upon considering what happened in 2020. So I would ask that you really not give that a lot of weight. The ZBA had a full hearing and people testified, and they found that specifically as to be that it would be injurious to the enjoyment and use of other property, in the vicinity the purpose is already used. And it would substantially diminish the impact of the property within the neighborhood. I think the Rhode Island that's been out there for a while says we need to be careful where we put these. They're not for everywhere. And I think the county board has found that. They've approved some and denied some. This is one location that it should not be put at. We're not talking about 1 acre homes. We're talking about 10 to 15 acre homes. And then acreage that I don't even know everybody here is probably driven by there for the winery, how much that is. We're talking 6 figures, well into the 6 figures for my client's property, probably close to $300,000 if the 7% is right. That's what they want you to take a gamble on in regards to reports that were generated in their favor by somebody they paid, relied on outdated data, and not really comparing apples to apples or oranges to oranges. Yes. In that regard, you've had my letter that I handed out earlier. I'd ask that you go along with the ZBA's non-recommended and not vote for approval of this project. Thank you.
A little over 9 minutes.
I have a slideshow. Civilic is the last name. My name is Carrie Civilic, resident for 28 years, Kane County teacher for 25 years. I live in 1 North 700 Meredith Road. The entire western edge of my residence borders the proposed solar property. Next slide, please. I oppose petition 4616. The ZBA unanimously voted no on petition 4616. Kane County ordinance requires that a petitioner submit a plan. Multiple plans have been submitted for the site, and each one has had an issue with not following the Kane County ordinance. There are many items located on the 50-foot strip of land that we never got an answer to. Next slide, please. Additionally, and independently, connected to those poles, as seen by the orange and blue lines on their plan, are power lines. One segment is drawn blue, denoting underground. The other segment is drawn orange, denoting above ground. And per the ordinance, it very clearly states that all power lines are to be buried under the ground. Again, another plan that the petitioner has submitted that does not follow the ordinance. Next slide, please. I would like to show you the land use that was done specifically for this site by the petitioner, by experts in the field that do land use study. Kane County requires a continuous vegetative screen for solar installations. Next slide. My western property line is almost entirely classified as limited for trees. Trees have a hard time growing in this area. And at multiple meetings, we've brought up concerns with their screening. 4-foot trees spaced 30 feet apart. The petitioner's quote at zoning was, quote, "This code does not require that the site be invisible, but that a screen be present." To satisfy the ordinance, is that in the spirit of the Kane County's language? That is not true to the language. There's no mention of a bond to provide maintenance. Next slide. This is what Cortland looks like and their trees after 2 years. I did not buy my house and purchase my house with this property and expecting this. The vegetative screen for this project does not fit. Factor B. Next slide. In the soil interpretation report, there's a specific report done on solar arrays, and 75% of this land on this property falls in the limited to poor performance for solar arrays. That's the majority of this property. That's never been addressed by the solar company. Final slide. The LISA score for this parcel is 84, meaning moderate protection for efforts from development. A score of 85 would make it eligible for farm protection. 79% is prime farmland. Later today, you'll be discussing spending $300,000 on a consultant to bring more produce into our community and help our farmers, yet this would take away protected farmland. I urge you to vote no.
Speaker.
I have a slide deck, Argent. My name is Dr. Gayla Argent. I live with my husband, James Light, at 47 West 831 Illinois Route 38 Maple Park. Apparently this is the wrong one, but that's good. So I am generally pro-solar, but not all sites are suitable, and I'm going to speak to why this one isn't. As you know, screening of solar projects is mandated in the county ordinance, and it says that that shall happen Do I have a blooper or do I just say next slide? Next slide. Petitioners have misrepresented both the topography and nature of the property. They have said there's a continuous line of native evergreen foliage to the north and I'm sorry, next slide. And there's existing vegetation and it will be only marginally visible from any neighbors. Next slide. This is a line of sight from my property showing, and you can run this yourself if you get to it. I know this got a lot of interest at various board meetings. My property is directly above theirs. It is on a 40-foot hill. The property line is at the base of that hill. And for any screening to take effect and do anything, it would need to be 66 feet tall to even begin to be seen on the property. The fact is that it cannot be screened from my property. Next slide. This is the view from the kitchen where the petitioners put in these windows to take advantage of the view when they expanded the kitchen before they split the property. Next slide. Here's the latest project map showing a last-minute attempt to add a line of trees. If you didn't know the topography, you would think that that might be sufficient. Now that you've seen the topography, you know that it will do nothing. Next slide. It is the petitioner's responsibility to show how they have met the county requirements, and this does not adequately address the code requirement that this solar facility must be screened. The reality is that the project will take up almost the entire 180 view off the back of my property, and this matters because views hold both aesthetic and monetary property value. A selling point, next slide, from the MLS listing from which we bought this home states picturesque views of the surrounding farmland scenery, great private location with a vineyard beside a home and a 40-acre field behind. We bought the property based on that, and that needs to be there when we go to sell it. Now, while there's been contention as to commercial solar projects' impacts on property value, there is no such confusion on the value of views. And I have a PhD and I teach comparative research. I publish in peer-reviewed articles, and here are 4 peer-reviewed articles in journals such as Journal of Business Research, Journal of Real Estate Research, that state that views have value, and it ranges from 10 to over 100%. Peer-reviewed, not paid expert witnesses. This is important and meaningful to us. We bought the place to rehab and after years of neglect and deferred maintenance, we've put about $100,000 into it already. This is the last property that I'll do this with that I've done over time and built up a nest egg. And I'm a year from retirement, and this is the last home that we will do this. Because of this, losing this investment of hard cash to the property devaluation the project would cause would harm us immensely. I strongly request that you find that what you find as the ZBA did and deny this project for clearly not meeting either Kane County ordinance around screening or the LaSalle Sinclair Factor B. Thank you very much for your time.
There are 2 minutes, little over 2.5 minutes left.
Yeah, I think mine timed out is a little over 3, if that's okay.
3,
I
and
do
that'll
have a
be the
slide.
last speaker. That'll be the last speaker then.
I do have a slide presentation. It's Haskin public comment. Good afternoon. My name is Chuck Haskin, owner and resident of 1 North 700 Meredith Road in Maple Park. The entire western edge of our property borders the proposed site, and I'm opposed to petition 4616. I would like to summarize how this petition does not comply with section 25-4-8-2 of the Kane County zoning ordinance. Next slide, please. In regard to point B, this project would block a prescriptive easement that has been in use for over 20 years by a local farmer who farms our land and that of our neighbor, Donna Riggs. Not only would we lose our farm income, but we would also lose the agricultural classification of our property tax assessment. This is injurious to the use of our property as well as our property value, and therefore does not meet the requirements of point B of the county ordinance. While the petitioner claims that the latest site plan addresses these issues, this cannot be determined until the details of the easement have been defined. At this time, this easement dispute is by no means resolved, and we, along with our neighbors, have filed suit against the petitioners in the circuit court to secure our easement rights. Next slide, please. We moved to this area for the rural and agricultural beauty. We would not have purchased this property had a commercial solar facility existed at that time. As a storm and sky photographer, our backyard is a backdrop that I use quite often in my work. In addition, we have several large western-facing picture windows that would have a full view of the project. Due to the hill and the soil conditions, this site would be nearly impossible to be screened from view in any meaningful way. Please note the lack of trees along the fence line on our property boundary. This is due to the soil conditions as pointed out in the land use opinion. The net result is that this project would be injurious to the enjoyment of our property and therefore does not meet the requirements of point B of the county ordinance. Next slide, please. When I spoke in front of the zoning board, I provided them with several peer-reviewed studies that demonstrate the negative impact to the neighboring property values due to solar installations. While this data is useful, the reality is this: a quick search of the internet yields no shortage of information stating that the properties near solar farms are less desirable and therefore less valuable than those that are not. That's the information prospective buyers will see and the information that will influence their purchase decisions. When the buyer pool drops, the selling price goes with it. It's common sense. Next slide, please. We recently had a comparative market analysis done for our property, and on today's market, it would be listed between $1 and $1.2 million. Even a 3 to 5% reduction in value would take tens of thousands of dollars out of our pocket. Again, this petition does not meet the requirements of point B of the county ordinance. Next slide, please. 2 other solar facilities have already been approved within a half mile of this site. Additionally, the solar installation at Caneville High School is a half a mile down the road from our property. The concentration of these facilities in such close proximity will forever change the character of this area in our community. We have spent over $150,000 on improvements to our property. If this project goes through, we cannot justify any further improvements, given that it is unlikely that we would see any return on that investment. As a result, the petition does not meet the requirements of point C of the county ordinance. I'm almost done. Over the past five months that we have been aware of this petition, we and our neighbors have spent countless hours and considerable resources just trying to preserve what we have built here. Based on the details and factors unique to this site, it is not suitable for a solar installation, and I respectfully ask you to vote no on this petition. Thank you for your time.
Very good. Okay, that concludes this. I would like, if we're going to extend it, I have to extend it equally, which is only appropriate and fair. So yes, that's what I'm about to address. Give me just a minute, I confer. We'll allow you to, both opponent and proponent, to extend this by 5 minutes or any rebuttal or final statements that need to be made. So I believe we'll.
If there is additional speakers that want to speak in opposition, then the proposal is extended for 5 minutes, and that would also grant 5 minutes for rebuttal to the applicants.
Okay. So 5 minutes per total.
Good morning, honored members of the Kane, or good afternoon at this point, honored members of the Kane County Board. My name is Donna Riggs. I'm also known as Mrs. Dieter Griesinger. I reside at 1N 605 Meredith Road, Maple Park. I'm the third house on the right, the Brick Ranch. My late husband built our home in 1993, and we were the first home on the subdivided land from the Meredith farm. Our property is located halfway down Meredith Road between Route 38 and Kesslinger. My husband worked hard on our residential home and agricultural property until the day he died, and I have continued to try to work to maintain our property. During this time, the farmer who farms the petitioner's land, as well as my land and the land of my neighbors, has gained access from our farmland by way of an easement over the eastern boundary of the petitioner's property. This easement is a prescriptive easement, and it is being litigated in court as we speak. However, I want to make it very clear that a prescriptive easement has nothing to do with access on Meredith Road or any other area, nor necessity, nor convenience. Rather, this unrecorded easement exists solely by virtue of the continuous use of the easement for a period in excess of 20 years. Any discussion of the Meredith Road frontage or convenience as it relates to this easement is irrelevant and distracts from the actual issues at hand. I'm asking you to please vote no against petition 4616 because it will injure my family by causing undue hardship and financial detriment. I will lose the easement access to my agricultural property that allows it to be farmed. The income from this farmland, from farming this land, is very important to my family. As a widow, I solely alone support my family and use this income from farming my land. Losing this access will also cause a decrease in my home value. It will negate equity and value that I have in my property because agricultural land will not be able to be farmed because of losing that easement access. This property, the original Meredith Farm, is some of the very best farmland in the area. Preserving access to farm my property not only decreases my preventing access to farm my property not only decreases my property value, but it goes against Kane County's intent to preserve this valuable farmland. Additionally, having an industrial solar installation in my backyard will further negate my property value and with the view of electrical solar panels and equipment. Furthermore, by not being able to farm my land, I will incur yet more financial hardship by no longer having agriculturally taxed property. I will incur an increase in property taxes from the land not being used as intended for agricultural use due to the lack of the access from taking my easement access. This is rural agricultural residential land. 4616 is injurious to me and causes financial hardship. I lose income. I lose the value of my property from the lack of being able to use and farm it. I lose the agricultural tax rating. This affects not only me, but my children. My neighbors share the same injury. I implore each of you, I beg of each of you, please vote against petition 4616. In closing, please know that I endorse all arguments made by other speakers opposing 4616. Thank you for your consideration.
Is there another speaker? Yes, we have only a minute and a half left.
Well, I did take this 5-minute speech down to a minute, I think, so I will try to talk fast. I represent the people of Pine Tree.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on, please. We're going to start. Your name, please.
My name is Arlene Goodrich. I live at 1N459 Country Life Drive, Maple Park. I represent the people of Pine Tree and Pine View subdivision. There's 55 people that signed a petition against this solar field. I'm sorry. I'll try to speak slower. We are concerned for our safety, health, and general welfare. This project can affect our wells. Solar Horizon did not submit a special use application specifying the metals that were being used. The site is landlocked and only has one point of access for the fire department. The proposed solar facility is 1/10 of a mile from our subdivision. And there was an additional 5 acres of solar panels put on the south end, which brings it even closer to our subdivision. Sorry. We also believe that the proposed solar field is injurious to the use and enjoyment of our property and diminish the sellability of our home. You will hear later, there's a realtor I talked to selling a home, Huntley Road. She has not sold the home. Everyone that prospective buyers have walked away when they found out that there was a solar field going up. Also, there is a developer that has pulled out of the developing the land when they found out that there was a solar farm going up. So we have several houses in our subdivision that are close to $1 million. So what he showed earlier is not representative. So please vote no. The county board, the Caneville Township also supports us in this. They wrote a letter. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that concludes that part of the presentation. Yes, you have a total of 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you very much for the extra time. My name is Nick Standiford. I'm a land use and zoning attorney at Shane Banks. I'm here for Kane Solar 02. As I wrote in my letter to the county board, which was sent on Friday, the ZBA's second recommendation, remember the first recommendation was unanimously positive, was a 5-2 positive recommendation. Their recent recommendation is irrelevant and erroneous. The Illinois Statewide Siting Act requires solar projects such as this to be approved if they meet the state law requirements. County Zoning Department can confirm that, and I believe has confirmed that it does meet those requirements. And to the extent the county has more subjective requirements, such as the standard B, which is that it's injurious to the enjoyment of neighbors, that standard is overly subjective. It's more restrictive than state law, and it'll likely be struck down in court. Then, in any event, the ZBA's second finding that that standard B was not met was erroneous. The ZBA said that there was no site-specific property value report, but the county doesn't require that. But in any event, the applicant went and got Mr. Marus to look at the property. He drove out there yesterday. He's done hundreds of these solar farms, and he told you all that there's no impact on property value, despite everything you heard today from the neighbors saying that they're worried about their property values going down. In fact, the same zoning board in petition 4620 actually said that there's minuscule impact on property values. That's the same zoning board that for that same reason apparently recommended denying this project. The ZBA claimed that the objector's view shed, that the objector's view shed would be affected. But in Illinois, you don't own your right to a view, as Mr. Malka said. And the dirty mud field is there for 8 months of the year. A solar farm is not so noxious compared to that. The ZBA found that the topography couldn't be effectively screened, but the solar farm will be screened, and the applicant even offered money for the objectors to actually erect their own landscaping on their own properties if they wanted to bring the landscaping closer and not see it. That's similar to the privacy fence that 4620 that you'll hear today is proposing. The ZBA found that the adjacent wedding venue would be potentially affected. Okay, the operation of a vineyard next to a wedding venue or next to a solar farm is no issue at all. In my letter, you see the solar panels actually in one instance above a vineyard. They coexist just fine. And the board actually, as you saw in one of the slides, this board already approved a solar project next to that vineyard, north of this property. So there will be no impact on the grapes at the vineyard. The ZBA found that 25% of the neighbors would not enjoy having this and that there were basically too many solar farms in this area. But a zoning approval is not a straw poll of ZBA and attendees. The citing of 3 already approved projects is actually evidence that this is the right site for a solar farm. As Mr. Malka said, the reason they chose this is because all the electric infrastructure is there. That's why all these solar farms are siting around this specific location, because it's a good site. The truth is that this project, the benefits of this project outweigh all of the alleged harms. The objectors claim that, well, I'll just skip ahead. The objectors have tried to throw everything up against the wall to see what will stick, but their concerns have already been addressed. And we even had Mr. Marus come in here to the extent they were still worried about property values. And if that were not all, there's 18 proposed conditions in your packet that will ensure that the project will be done in a first-class manner if approved, just like all the other solar projects that have been approved by the county. If you vote yes on this petition, the Alexander Johnsons, who are Kane County residents and their family, will have a secured future. If you vote yes on this petition, the applicant will invest significant funds into improvement to the site, enhancing the drainage and creating jobs. If you vote yes on this petition, the property taxes will increase dramatically from $2,000 a year to $40,000 a year, which taxing bodies I know can use that extra money. If you vote yes on this petition, Kane County residents can subscribe to cheaper and greener renewable energy, allowing them to spend their savings within this county and elsewhere. This project accomplishes all of the county's goals in the 2040 plan, as Mr. Johnson set forth. And the county should not be deterred by a small group of very vocal and very impressively organized objectors. I should give them credit. They worked hard on the slides and they've worked hard through all the public hearings. But it's the best decision for this county to approve this petition. We ask that you stand with the applicant, the Alexander Johnsons, and all of the Kane County residents who couldn't be here on this Tuesday and who will benefit from your yes vote on this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes it.
At this point, then the discussion would be by the board. No further comment from the non-board members and audience.
All right, Mr. Ford.
I just open it up to the board for any discussion.
Is there, Mr. Ford, is there a staff report to be given?
Oh. Yes.
Yes.
Is there staff to report?
I see
All right.
none.
Seeing none, we just move on.
We have.
I have
Muhammad
one
right behind you.
question. Which district is this in? Who's? Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
This is Caius. Generally, I'm a proponent of solar. I mean, in fact, I consider myself a strong proponent of solar. I can see when things, I'm torn. I understand when things change in a neighborhood, there's a certain amount of fear with the change. And I think maybe this is partly what is driving the opposition, is they don't know what the difference is going to be. But going on the facts, the county's 2040 plan designates this area as agriculture. Solar is a permitted use in an agricultural area. And you may have gotten a letter that says there's an oversaturation of solar. I don't believe there's such a thing. I don't think there's ever been coined a solar oversaturation of solar. There's no effect by having too much solar. I actually visited, I'm interested in this. I want to get the pulse perspective of this. So actually visited the site out there to have a look and to try and visualize what the view would be. And I can speak surely to from the north end looking south. When you're looking across the site, you can barely see the neighbors to the southeast. So that it would be almost invisible to predominantly most of the neighbors and barely visible to the closest point of the neighborhood that from which most of the signatures came is 200 yards. And that's what they say is a tenth of a mile, 5,280 times 1/10 is 500 feet. It's 600 feet. And I went to Google Maps and measured it out there. It's 600 feet from the edge of the property, not where the solar starts, but where the edge of the property to the edge of the nearest neighbor. Most of the neighbors there's like 3 neighbors right on that edge. That's outside the 1/10 of a mile limit that they're talking about for an effect on property. And the rest of the neighbors on that southeast side are in the neighborhood or much farther to the west. I noticed that one of the speakers was from Pine Tree. And if you look up the Pine Tree Drive, it's a full another quarter of or 2/10 of a mile away from the property edge, not even the solar. They'd have to look through like 5 different neighbors' yards with a lot of trees in order to be able to see it. So as far as the predominance of the signatures from the 55 signatures in the neighborhood, I understand they're there to support each other and they wouldn't want anything bad to happen to one of their neighbors, but I don't believe that those signatures by and large are relevant to this argument. If just put it into perspective, the 600 feet, if we were to go 600 feet that way, we would be across Geneva Creek in the neighbors up there. 600 feet from the front of the building over here, we'd be downtown across the railroad tracks in Geneva. 600 feet that way, we'd be probably in the river, if not right on the edge. And 600 feet would be on the trail almost to the railroad tracks and maybe by the railroad tracks that way. So there, as far as that is concerned, there's a significant difference. And I think the opinion that it's detracting from that whole neighborhood or even from the neighbors that are the closest to it, I think may be overstated. When it comes to the testimony or the significance of the opponents saying that the solar facilities will cause problems with water and pollution, and they're worried that it's going to destroy their wells and things. The solar panels are sealed in glass. They do not pollute. They're primarily made up of silicon. And I would suggest that even that solar would have less of an impact on the environment than the houses that are placed in the middle of the agricultural area, because this was 200 years ago, this was prairie. 100 years ago, it was farming. And now we're looking at the future now with solar and the capture of the solar to produce electricity. In fact, it probably will have less of an effect than the farms themselves, which put herbicides, herbicides on the turf, and especially in residential areas where they're actually applying pesticides to turf. And despite the anecdotal accounts of lowering property values, I haven't seen, we've gone through this thing about 5-8 times. I don't know how many times we've done solar. We have so many different studies that are one way or the other, but not significantly another. If you look at that, the New Hampshire or wherever it was from study, it said that it was it would lower the property value 1.7%. And to me, I didn't see any of the statistics in this study for any kind of a deviation or a standard mean or value. 1.7% would certainly fall within almost anything I can imagine other than a straight line drawn by a diamond to be an acceptable statistic to prove that the property values have gone down. I can't speak to the east side other than we've heard time and time again, there is no protected value. There may be a value. Maybe the person that's going to buy the next house there would prefer to see a solar plant, a farm out there, or a solar area. But as far as we are concerned, I think in assessing that, I believe we're not allowed to say that the view has an effect on whether we adopt or reject this proposal. As far as when they talk about a significant amount of taxes improving is improved to the county, the actual factors, and I talked to our assessor over here, it's a 2,000% increase in the taxes to the county by going from farming to the solar without a significant increase in traffic on the roads or improving the schools or infrastructure like sewers or power plants or power lines. I think that solar would be a quiet neighbor. It has less traffic demands, improves water uptake, reduces erosion, reduces artificial chemical application. And this particular, as with all of them that we've recently been provided information for, provides excellent habitat for wildlife, including pollinators. So I think that actually overall permitting solar increases the value of the use of any property, and which includes in our 2040 plan, which was to reduce a residential on the east part of the county as a plan for the county for the future. And I guess last, the owner is the owner himself. I think that if you own property and there's no particular legal obligation to do certain things, the property owner has the right. Sorry for flubbing this up here a little bit, but I think that I'm kind of passionate about this. They have the right to do with their property as long as it doesn't seriously affect what is going on in their to the environment or to the neighbor. And so I will be supporting this.
Very good. Is any other comments? Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, my name is Bill Leonard. This is in my district. I've met with the people on numerous occasions. I've had phone calls, emails. They were very passionate about this not being approved by us. And where the ZBA, the zoning board, denied it unanimously 6-0, I will be voting no on this, and I ask my fellow board members to also vote no if they will.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Leonard. Is there anybody else? Ms. Gums?
Barber?
I'm the other one.
Bates.
Mavis Bates
My
speaking.
apologies.
I don't mind.
It's,
I just don't call me Nugget.
oh, that's with a term of endearment.
Oh, okay.
That's the name of my dog.
I also went out to view the property in Maple Park. It is surrounded mostly by other farmland. To the south, there's a huge farm, and even these homes to the east that are concerned about the view, they have their own 15 acres of farmland, or a sub portion of that property is also farmland. So when the corn is up, the soybeans is up, there's a buffer to their view there. Or soybeans. And any other nearby homes don't really have a view of the solar field anyway, because we were standing on the solar field and we couldn't see any other houses. So if we couldn't see them, they couldn't see us. The loss of view and property values are the main issues here. The views will be screened where necessary. And the loss of the view is actually not a legal right in Illinois, as we've heard before. And the property value studies show that that property values near solar panels have held up just fine. If you are concerned about the loss of farmland for growing food, please know that 41% of our farmland in Illinois is used to grow ethanol, which means we could put 41%, this isn't going to happen, but we could put 41% of our farmland into solar fields and not threaten our food supply at all. We would just be swapping out a carbon causing fuel for a non-carbon causing fuel. And in the end, even though this has to do with the property owners being able to make a lot more money off of their land, which is their right, and it has to do with Kane County making many, many times more, 40 times, 40 to 40 times more on taxes, which is good for our economy. There's also the fact that we want to stop polluting with ethanol and other fossil fuels, and that this green energy will bring down energy costs, and it will reduce the amount of carbon we're putting into the atmosphere. Because even though climate change seems like something that's sort of unreal at the moment, it's very real. It's as real as the view out a window. So I would say the value of this is immense. And Illinois has committed to creating a lot of renewable energy, and we're behind on those goals. So we need every solar field we can produce. So I'll be voting yes.
Is there anybody else? Yes, Ms. Chuby.
Berman.
Then Mr. Bourbon, you'll come next, Ms. Chuby.
This is Leslie Juby. This is not in my district, but I applaud the hard work of the zoning board for actually changing their opinion. And I will be voting with the zoning board in denying 4616.
All right, that's it. And Mr. Berman?
Yes, Birmingham. I will vote
Mr.
yes.
Berman, could you get closer to your microphone, please, or to your computer?
All right. I will vote yes on this. I fully support it. I viewed the area. I think Mr. Kyles did a fantastic job of explaining everything in favor of this project. I do feel that the zoning board in their first decision were correct. I do not feel that they were accurate in their second decision. So I will be voting yes on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Ross.
Yeah, Roth here. A couple things, especially that came up today. The comment of improved property tax and also Mr. Kayas. I think we need to get a report from our assessor on, is that really true? He's the expert and I haven't seen any report. You talk to him, and I'm not saying I deny, but we need to share that with everyone because, we get a lot of comments that, taxes are too high. That was one thing. The other, I had a big concern about the easement, where people are going to lose access for doing farming. And then the third thing was regarding the screening and the people wanting the solar, say, well, the people who are opposed to it can put up their own. Every zoning meeting I've been in, it's the responsibility of the person making change to the property that's responsible for the screening. So I think it's very unfair to say, well, if you don't want to see us, spend your own money. And I guess I have a problem with that.
Is there any other comments from the board?
Madam Chairman, Allen.
Yes, Miss Allen.
First, my apologies for not being there. It's unforgivable to jump into a conversation without being able to talk to people face to face. My objections, well, I will not be supporting this, though everything that Mr. Caius and Ms. Bates said, I truly agree with. But here's the thing. If I live in a neighborhood where buildings were built before there were cars. So once garages and other cemented areas started to be put in, easements were absolutely necessary for people to be able to access their backyards. So I think that our protections that we have built in are saying, yes, owners should be able to do what they want with their properties, and you just have to follow the rules. But our special use provisions are there to protect the people who came first. So we want everyone to be successful with their property, but not injurious to your neighbors, especially the neighbors who were there before you. So I would like to see peacemaking. When a neighbor comes in, bring over some muffins. If a neighbor needs access to their property, then that easement should be honored. If people expect to have screening that actually provides screening, then that needs to be honored. So those are my reasons for opposing this. I hope in future proposals that the newcomers will reach out to their neighbors.
Okay. Yes.
Madam Chair, Strathman here. I would just like to have a point of clarity. I think that the petitioner said they would provide landscaping for the homeowners. Is that not correct?
We're asked to direct our questions.
I'm asking you.
That is what I have heard.
That they would not only at the field itself, but they gave them the opportunity for them to provide for the homeowners.
I will turn that question
screening.
over to Mr. Frank.
For this specific question, I'm okay with allowing both the petitioner and an objector to respond to that. I believe the testimony that I heard was the petitioner is going to be providing a screening, but the objectors believe it to be woefully inadequate based on what they've seen in other locations. But if I'm wrong on this front, I will let them briefly discuss. But please understand, if the county board allows you to do this, it needs to be restricted to that specific answering of her question.
That is not my question.
Okay.
My question is, I'm wanting clarity on if I heard the petitioner say they would provide screening at the property rather than at the solar property. That's my question.
If you're not referring to the solar property, then what do you mean by the property?
The neighbor's property.
Okay.
That's my particular question. I thought I heard something and I'm not clear now what I heard.
Okay. And you're of the belief that the petitioner said this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm okay with Madam Chair's consent to allow the petitioner to respond to that, but only that question.
And will we have the proponent and the opponent be allowed to speak?
I'm okay with that if you are.
Okay.
But again, one person
So
responding.
2 minutes?
2 minutes each, that's fine.
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. To be clear, yes, we have offered, in addition to the screening that is already on site, we have offered to pay for the neighbors to put screening on their own properties as well.
Thank you. That was my question.
Okay, very good.
I have another question, Madam Chair,
Oh,
before.
well, hold on. Let them
I'm sorry.
respond back, please.
My name is Tate Lunger and I represent the adjacent landowners. So while it's true that my clients were offered cash, it was a clear quid pro quo. If they withdrew their objection, if this board approved the special use permit, and if building permits were actually issued, they would be given cash. My clients viewed that as a bribe, not as an olive branch.
Okay, Ms. Strathman?
Thank you for that clarity, such as it is. I also am concerned about the easement and am wondering if there isn't a way that that could be, I do not want to see somebody denied of their income for their agricultural land, but I do not have the feeling that this petitioner is opposed to working with the people in the area. The way they are working with the fire department and with helping them access the way they need to, I can see that this would be another opportunity for them, for the petitioner to work with the neighbors and create access for the farmland. So I am in favor of this petition.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from the board? I'm going really slow.
Frank has.
Madam Chairman, this is Alan.
Miss Allen, this will be your last time to speak. Yes, ma'am.
I understand. I just wanted to follow up on Ms. Strathman's really pertinent and worthy conversations. Have the petitioners been willing to make that easement available to the neighbors? That could solve one of the problems here.
Ma'am, are you asking for comment from the opponent and the proponent?
I guess I'm asking from anyone who can participate here. Is the petitioner willing to give that easement to protect the people who are already in place? If that's not an appropriate question, I understand, but it is my question.
So, hold on just a second. So I would ask again for 1 minute for the proponent to come up to speak, and then 1 minute for the opponent.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Andy Melka, Horizon Solar Power. We have already reworked our site plan to avoid the claimed easements across the property. The project as built with concurrence from the farmer will not affect the project as planned, and at which you are looking to approve will not affect the neighbor's access. There's going to be opinions that different, but the farmer that farmed the property told us that we have moved from the east property line to provide a minimum of 25 to 30 feet access for the farmer to get in there. The neighbors also have access along Meredith Road, and we have the project that we are asking you to approve has been designed not to materially interfere with the claimed access.
Thank you.
So to the extent that access has been offered to my clients, that's news to us. We wouldn't have filed a lawsuit and 2 lawsuits in the circuit court to have those easements adjudicated if access had been offered. I will share with you, and it's in the record, that at a county board meeting, or maybe it was a development committee meeting, the applicants stated on the record that there are no easement rights, that no easement exists, that my clients do not have the right to use that point of access. More recently at the zoning, at the last zoning meeting, Mr. Melka referred to my clients as trespassers. So I don't believe, it hasn't been communicated to us to the extent that access is now being offered.
Okay, thank you. All right, ladies, gentlemen, anybody else?
Call the question.
Ready to call the question, Mr. Ford?
Ready to call the question.
All righty. Clerk, please call the roll.
And just so I make this. Okay. All right. Bates,
Yes.
Davist. No, he's not here. Okay.
No offense, Les, but Alan?
Actually, Miss Allen, I am doing a random roll call on this. So,
Oh,
but if
sorry.
you want to provide your vote, go right ahead.
I'll wait my turn.
Oh, your turn is now.
Alan, no.
Leonard,
No.
Where are we going?
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, no.
Surges. Juby.
Juby, no.
Okay. Gums.
Gums, no.
Doherty.
Yes.
Young.
Young, no.
Tarver.
Tarver, no.
Molina. Silva.
Silva, no.
Iqbal.
Iqbal, yes.
Okay. He's not here. Caius.
Guys, yes.
Roth.
Roth, no.
Strathman.
Strathman, yes.
Tepe.
Tepe, yes.
And I think I've got everybody.
No, you don't.
Board. I'm
Ford,
sorry.
no.
Board, no. Okay, Davis is out. Kenyon.
No.
Okay. Did I miss anybody? He's out. Davis out.
Was Berman?
I'm sorry.
Berman, no, no.
No, yes.
He was no.
Davis,
Davis isn't here.
he left, okay.
12 nays
How about Lewis?
and 9
Mhm.
ayes. So it's 9-12 fails.
Fails. It fails. Motion fails.
Thank you.
9.
And 11 done.
9-12.
We call
Who's
it.
who's first now?
No. 9,
We're
yeah.
changing things up.
I think that's improper. I always think you do that. It fails. So, why are you bouncing around?
Doesn't matter.
No, it didn't.
All right, next petition, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So our next petition.
Was it enough?
Failed.
Well.
9 yes.
So our next petition is petition 4620. The petitioner is Steve Banner Trust, TBELIL KN 415 LL. Location is 38 West 653 Huntley Road. Is in Runtley Township. Proposed a special use request in the F Farming District for a solar facility. Our 2040 plan is for resource management. Objectors are area property owners. So according to the zoning board, approval with the following recommendations, stipulations, which there are 12 listed. I make the motion.
I'll second this motion.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Kenyon seconded. All right, each proponent and opponent will have 15 minutes to speak total. So mind your time if there's other speakers so that everybody may be included. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Kyle Barry. I'm an attorney for the petitioner. As you might recall, we were here last month at the last month's board meeting, and the board sent the petition back to the Zoning Board of Appeals. That was the third time that the petition was in front of the Zoning Board of Appeals. And the primary reason was and it was a limited reason, to discuss the Parkway issue and one of the standards relating to, whether there was an impediment of development. The Village of Carpentersville, as you may recall, was a little late to the party in terms of participating in the previous zoning hearings, but they attended last week's hearing and I think there were at least 3 folks who spoke from Carpentersville, and so they were given an opportunity to speak. And as a reminder, this project, I know obviously you just heard one, and you've been hearing a lot of these solar projects. This one is the one that's across the road from Huntley Road from a gravel pit. Again, going back to last week's zoning board, the Village of Carpentersville was able to make a presentation. They had witnesses who testified, and the ZBA considered that testimony as well as some additional testimony from my client, and they voted 7-0 to once again recommend approval of the project to the board. and also adjusted some findings of fact relating to that one provision that was sent back for. And as part of that process, of course, they concluded that the project had met the standards in the Kane County zoning ordinance. And I think maybe one of the reasons why the board, the ZBA found that they recommended approval of the project again is because my client agreed to accommodate most of the requests by the village of Carpentersville after they had previously agreed to accommodate requests from the village of Algonquin. So I think, again, the ZBA found that. And one other thing I want to point out, and it's unfortunate that perhaps that we came after this other project that did not submit a property value study at their hearing and instead only submitted it later. Unlike that project, Kane Resnick was presented as a witness in front of the ZBA hearing for this petitioner and did prepare a lengthy property value impact study. And one of the ZBA members, at least one of them, referenced it a couple times in terms of property value impacts, that study shows, the Kane Resnick study shows that there were purchases made around some other existing solar projects, one of which is in Indiana, that are right across the road from purchases of homes, made right across the road from a solar project, and that there's been no impact in that instance. The study also includes discussion around some sales about a solar project that's been operating in LaSalle County for at least a decade, and there are sales around that showed no impact. So I just want to point out the difference between this project and the previous one in that there is a study that was not only included as part of the record, but that was given testimony by Kane Resnick. And so I think maybe because of those reasons, the ZBA listened to what the village of Carpentersville had to say and continued to recommend, this time unanimously, that the board approve it. I've got Scott Osborne, who works for the petitioner, who's going to talk about some of the accommodations that my client has made to the requests of the municipalities. But real quickly, I'd like to address a couple legal issues, and I don't know if this is the right venue, so I don't want to take a lot of time. But the first thing that I want to say is that it's clear that this property is located in unincorporated Kane County. It is zoned agricultural, and state law is clear that Kane County, because it's adopted a zoning code, has zoning authority over this parcel. There was some suggestion at the ZBA hearing that the village of Carpentersville may have some authority. I think they referred to it as planning authority. That may be true, but there is no concurrent zoning authority over this parcel. Kane County has primacy. Kane County zoning rules apply to this parcel. The other thing I want to address real quickly, because we got a letter on Friday, there was some objections made to this petition. And there's an assertion in the objection that because that some local residents have objected that it requires a supermajority vote from the board. I've talked to the state's attorney's office. I believe that assertion is wrong because it conflicts with section 25-4-8-6 of the Kane County zoning code, which says that special uses, and this is a special use, it's not a request for an amendment to the zoning code, it's a special use, and they're to be passed at a county board meeting by a simple majority vote. And I would just say that's also consistent with the Illinois County's code provisions that govern zoning. There's a special category for special uses. So with that, I'm going to turn things over to Scott. And if I could just go ahead now and reserve any extra time for rebuttal, we'd like to do that.
Good afternoon. I'm Scott Osborne. I'm a director of project development for Turning Point Energy. We're the developer behind the petition. I tried to send an email to the board last night about 7 o'clock. I don't know if y'all received that or not, but in the event that you didn't, I wanted to spell out part of our process. I reached out to Carpentersville on July 21st, 2023, and I spoke with a Tim Brinkman, the Carpentersville Assistant Community Development Director. He identified zero concerns with this use on this parcel at that time. We, on December 6th of last year, a letter was received from Carpentersville Outside Engineering, describing various concerns about Long Meadow Parkway and Huntley Road future expansion, and making sure there's enough space for the future road, and other items such as drain tiles and plantings and visual screenings and other items that we have already planned to do for the project. On December 12th, another letter came outlining some other things that the village would like to see. This was a glare study, which is something we really can't do for the speculative homes on the parcel to the east. So we know a height, we have a height of 20 feet. We don't know what the setback is from the property line for those homes. I'm happy to do the study. I'm happy to provide Carpentersville the study if it gives them comfort. But we need to know where the homes would be placed in order to properly do the study. So we don't want to provide them results that are based on a faulty analysis. Then on January 22nd, a letter to Mr. Surges here asking to stop the project came from Carpentersville. So things were going fine up until sometime early in January, it seemed. And then suddenly there's a complete change in the attitude from Carpentersville. And we aren't entirely clear on what drove that, but it sounds like there's a residential real estate development initially in discussion as of December 12th, and now apparently imminent. I don't know how that occurs over 45 days, but that that caused me to scratch my head a little bit. The new ordinance at Carpentersville asks for or attempts to require certain studies, a phase 1 environmental audit. We're doing that anyway. I'm happy to share it. A drain tile study. We're working with Tom Huddleston at Huddleston McBride. He knows drain tile. He's been doing it forever. And he knows all about that. I'm happy to share that information. Topographic hydrology study is something that we typically do as part of pre-construction engineering. Happy to share it. A traffic study. We're not planning to use any Carpentersville roads. So any village whose roads we do use, we will certainly do a traffic study, and we will certainly provide them a surety bond to make sure that if our construction guys damage the road, that the village is covered and the taxpayers aren't left holding the bill. We're going to do that. While we're happy to do all these studies, I'm hesitant to offer to have approval of those studies through Carpentersville because I'm worried that we're going to have moving goalposts and not be able to hit that goal. And that's not to say anything about honor or integrity, but because I believe they are honorable and integrity and have full integrity, and I hope that they will act fairly, but my bosses are saying we're very scared of this. So with that, I will step down and we will, I guess, move forward. Thank you.
And again, we'd like to reserve the remaining time. It's about 5 minutes for rebuttal, please.
Give me just a minute.
Too early to say good evening, Madam Chair?
Depends on what time zone you may be in. Are you ready? Okay, we need your name, sir.
Yes, I'm sorry. Just didn't know if there was a preliminary matter. Brad Stewart, I am the attorney for the Village of Carpentersville, and I would like to thank you for your time and consideration. Just as a matter of immediate response to what was just presented, the phrase Carpentersville being late to the party, the implication that Carpentersville was somehow laying in the tall grass until late January to raise a concern about this. This goes back to a very fundamental flaw in the notice that was provided to the Village of Carpentersville. The initial the initial ZBA hearing took place in November, I believe it was November 15th of 2023. The other interested parties, including 2 other municipalities, appear to have received the correct notice, as was provided to the village board, to legal counsel. What the Village of Carpentersville received was a solar petition for unincorporated Maple Park. When Carpentersville inquired further as to why it received notice of a solar farm petition for Maple Park, it was confirmed that this was some sort of a mistake oversight and Carpentersville should not have received it. So I just want to say that as a very preliminary statement. I'm here today and I'm going to generally trust that you've reviewed the letters that we had sent in the past week to the county board and legal counsel. There's no need to belabor the points therein, but lack of effective notice to the village, we see as a major, major concern, and one that we would argue absolutely is a jurisdictional limitation on taking any action on this petition at this point. So I'm going to turn to other things. We're not going to talk about that more, but we do hope you understand that from our perspective, even considering action on this at this point is problematic. The village is a big proponent of meaningful green energy initiatives. One of the most exciting projects our village is doing right now is exploring the possibility of having 80% of our wastewater treatment facility. I don't know if it is the third largest, but it's in the top 3 in the entire county of municipal wastewater facilities. That project is going to be, if everything goes through, primarily provided energy through solar panels that the village would own and control going forward. The village is not be in any way opposed to green energy initiatives. Mr. Johnson, the prior petitioner, even cited the fact he has solar panels in the village of Carpentersville. We are not Luddites. We are here and we're engaged in these meaningful opportunities for solar development where it's the right location. And it's the right location where it provides true benefits without impairing meaningful development. If you could please advance the slide. Everyone's familiar with the Long Meadow Parkway corridor. Our objection is the damaging economic impact to very developable land and really the last frontier of developable land west of and immediately connecting to the Long Meadow corridor, right along Huntley Road. This damaging impact is not limited to petitioner's property, but would spill over to the surrounding properties, multiplying the damage to what would be economic development that was planned not only by this county board, mostly by this county board, but also joined in by your neighboring and participating municipalities, including Algonquin, including Gilbert's, including the village of Carpentersville. And all 3 of our communities have written letters in protest to the continuation of consideration of this particular application. Over $200 million has been invested in that corridor since the 1990s, according to the county's financial plan dated August 31st of last year. If you could please advance the slide. This is a depiction of, well, this is, you don't need to see this other than I'll just highlight that this comprehensive plan for the village of Carpentersville has included this corridor, the south side of Huntley Road to Galligan, for decades at this point, over 30 years. If you could please advance the slide. And this is the actual proposed area for annexation, which is currently in the court awaiting a hearing date. The date of that hearing is going to take place no later than March 6th by statutory requirement. So there are right now, and every property you see with a letter indicated is included in that annexation petition, which would include the proposed solar project. So this, by all accounts, there are 7 owners who are petitioning to annex. We believe this is a substantial majority to meet the statutory requirements of both the property owners and the electors, and that this should, by all accounts, within a month or so, become the jurisdictional territory of the village of Carpentersville. So this is not theoretical, this is actual. Now, to put a finer point on the impacts, The village was in discussion with a residential developer for what you can see is that property with the letter G right there. And actually some even that goes further south onto H, approximately 80 acres, which was proposed as residential development. The initial meetings with the village were very positive. The developer was very interested in proceeding. The developer contacted us in December of 2023 and said in no uncertain words that nobody wanted to buy a house, much less a new house, to overlook a sea of solar panels. The developer's words, not mine. The developer is not alone. That is why, in part, the owners of the 7 parcels adjacent to or nearby the proposed solar farm are seeking annexation into the village. And it's also exactly why, as the board is aware, the 3 property owners immediately surrounding it have filed formal protests invoking their statutory and rights under the county code to protect their properties from objectionable uses on neighboring properties. Consider parcel F, owned by a Mr. DeVos. Mr. DeVos would literally be a peninsula jutting into that sea of solar panels. I don't know how much this county board, based on the discussion, needs to hear from more out-of-state experts about anecdotes about what solar development does or doesn't do in another state in one instance. I think you can use your common sense. Nobody would want to buy Mr. DeVos's property, right? So moving on, the chilling effect on development has an even broader impact than just the immediate property owners. This is a multi-jurisdictional threat to the region. Consider that the trigger to infrastructure improvement follows development. A continuing environmental objective is to get properties off of private wells and septic systems. It is also an economic value for potential developers and property owners. The cost to provide utilities along Huntley Road on the south side is in the range of $8 to $18 million. As you know, those costs are typically offset with a developer. So for example, if those 80 acres got developed, that developer would likely absorb a substantial portion of those costs. With that developer not coming in, the ability for the village to justify jumping all the way towards Galligan Road becomes at that point almost economically unfeasible and unrealistic to do. So this is significant because there's also a network of utilities that work together. And this is just another example, but we've been in conversations with our neighbors to the west, the village of Gilbert's, to talk about finding a water connection, a water interconnection for redundancy. This would be very meaningful to the entire region. Without this, without us going along Huntley Road, areas to the north, areas to the west, and areas to the southwest would be without any foreseeable ability to get utilities. It would also potentially require one less water tower between the villages of Gilbert's and the village of Carpentersville. And the significance of that is not just the site of another water tower being prevented, but there's a real economic value. I said $8 to $18 million to stretch along that Huntley Road corridor for utilities. The $10 million variance is whether or not a water tower is required. That's real money. Madam Chair, members of the board, it would not be an overstatement to say that granting this petition would create an existential threat to the entire area's growth, economic and otherwise, for the next 4 decades. This same area's development, returning to the earlier point, is and was squarely in the county's focus when it invested, and I mean invested, $200 million into the Long Meadow project. We respectfully request you vote against the special use permit if you even take any action on it, with our primary ask actually being that no action should be taken due to the defective notice. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. I was going to say good morning, but boy, this is a really long meeting. So Madam Chair and esteemed members of the Kane County Board, my name is Suzanne Ness and I am a state representative of the northern part of Kane County, specifically Dundee and parts of Elgin Township. As a former county board member, I appreciate the work that all of you do. County government is near and dear to my heart. I worked for a large county system, my first job out of college, and I have really good memories of those days. I come before you today at the request of the Village of Carpentersville regarding a solar farm project that we are discussing. I am here to ask you to pause your vote on the project in order to give the villages up north a little more time to continue gathering on the impact that you've just heard. Significant infrastructure investments have been made, including the $35 million that we fought to pay off the rest of Long Meadow Parkway Bridge. And part of that case for doing so was the anticipated development that is going in west of that bridge. I live up there. I went to high school in Marengo. I have been a part of McHenry County and Southern Kane for a very long time. The growth that's going in from 47 and the growth that's coming from the east, eventually that was going to fill in. We knew that. And I think we have to be smart about the way we build and develop in there. And I normally wouldn't take a position like this. I almost never do, because I don't believe it's always my place to do that. This is your job. The responsibility has been placed to you. But what makes this one a little bit different is that the state has enacted legislation that removes some of that control. And I'm aware of that even as I'm here speaking to you. We pass bills. We often have to come behind and make amendments because we don't always anticipate the unintended consequences. And I believe, given the investments made in this project from both the state and the county, that a case can be made where a local jurisdiction has authority over how that land is developed for the benefit of all. Because when you live in a place as great as we live, it's natural that other people will want to come here too. And I want to make sure that we're doing that development in a smart way, that we're recognizing the impact on environment, that we're protecting lands, that we have a balance of conservation, of retail, of tax base, that we can fund so many of the good things we do here up in northern Kane County, but also because you and the folks up north know this land better than we do at the state. So because of that, I'm here today. Prior to my role here, I was on the McHenry County Board. And in my first 3 months in that role, we reviewed and voted on 30 different solar projects. There was a permit process going on at the state and people were trying to get into this lottery. As a result of that, we got to know and understand county solar projects really well. And so after visually reviewing the locations, I voted for all of them, except for one. I went and reviewed the location, as did Board Member Caius, because I wanted to see it for myself. Hearing from the residents who bordered it and the IDNR study that submitted giving their okay, which turned out to be 10 years old. Because of all of those reasons, I voted against that particular parcel, and my colleagues agreed with me. I don't envy your position in this. I understand the difficulty of what you have to do. I've heard both sides. I appreciate the time you're giving to this. I truly do. And I've learned a lot just sitting here today listening to all of the arguments being made. So that is my request, that you consider pausing on this decision. Give us a little more time up north. And again, I appreciate all you're doing in service for Kane County residents. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I believe that's it. We have 25 seconds left.
Let's just vote.
Well, there's a reserve for the rebuttal.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Humberto Garcia. I am a village trustee in Carpentersville. I'm a local resident, of course, and I own business in the area. We, the residents, we are not opposed to a solar farm, not in that particular place. Algonquin, Gilbert's, and Carpentersville, we need solar farms, not in that area. Not after we had to spend the amount of money we had to spend on a bridge, on a corridor that's supposed to be financial thrive for the area. Thank you.
All right, that concludes the presentation. You'll each have 5 minutes.
No, just the.
You have 5 minutes left, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple points. As to the effective notice problem, I don't know that that was discussed, and maybe it was discussed last week on the record at the ZBA, but I will just point out that, again, we were in front of the ZBA 3 times. The first time, I don't even think there was a substantive discussion because I think there was a delay associated with another project. And the second time was in the middle of December, and the Village of Carpentersville wrote a letter that was submitted to the county and the ZBA because we discussed it at the ZBA hearing. And that's the first point at which my client agreed to the requests in the letter. So I'm puzzled why they're objecting on the basis of notice, because they clearly had notice, or they wouldn't have known to send a letter on the day of the hearing. And then, of course, and last week they participated in the hearing. I guess from a legal and I will defer, of course, to the State's Attorney's Office on those legal issues. I would like to make an objection for the record because of legal counsel's testimony here today. And I say it was testimony because I don't believe, for example, the PowerPoint presentation page was discussed at the ZBA hearing last week. So that means it wasn't part of the official record in this case. And I mean, I don't know that he's qualified to make some of the statements, the fact statements he made and some of the opinions he made. So I just, for the record, for my purposes, if you'll indulge me, I'd like to make that objection. And one point to rebut, counsel said something about out-of-state people making comments about property values. And, he expressed his opinion that it's going to affect property values. I want to point out that the folks who prepared the property value impact study are based in Illinois. And in fact, I think she just retired, but Patricia McGarr was at one time was the chair of the state agency that oversees the licensing of appraisers in the state of Illinois. So to refer to the out-of-state opinions is puzzling on that, because I'll just again refer you to the report. It's over 100 pages. It's part of the record, finding no impacts on property values. And with respect to the pause, we would respectfully request no further delays on this project, on this petition. We'd like to ask the board to vote here today. As you know, we've appeared before the board at least once, in the ZBA 3 times. And again, I'll defer to the State's Attorney's Office. I think there is a timeline that's it's covered under state law on that in any event. But regardless, we would request a vote today. And in speaking of the vote, on behalf of the petitioner, we thank the board for its time and the hard work that the ZBA put into this petition. And we ask that the board follow the direction and the recommendation of the ZBA when it voted 7-0, recommending approval of this project, and approved findings of fact demonstrating that the project has met the standards under state law and the Kane County ordinance. So unless Scott has anything more, we appreciate the time you've devoted to this today. I know it's been a long meeting so far. Thank you.
All right, you have a minute left.
Okay, I would like to make just one point. In Mr. Stewart's presentation, he described the DeVos property as a peninsula in solar panels. The array is designed such that those panels will be 240 feet south of his property, of Mr. DeVos's property line. And so he's not surrounded as it was implied. Also, as to the I think Mr. Stewart described it as 7 owners. The petitions that were sent in indicate signature by CREI, a real estate investment group, covering, I believe, 5 of those parcels. So I don't know if Mr. Stewart was mistaken in his testimony, but that is something that I noticed, that CREI controls the Rosati property to the west and the CREA property to the east. So that's one entity, not five.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We will have opportunity 5 minutes each for the proponent to rebuttal.
Wasn't that, that was it.
That was just part of the first
That
part.
was just, that was the 15.
Oh, yeah, we're done.
Yeah.
All right, that would conclude public comments
Yes.
and presentations. And at this point, it would then be in the hands of the board.
The mic, it's in charge of the board right now, Mr. Ford.
Any questions or comments by the board?
Yes, Mr. Caius.
I have a couple questions. First, to our state's attorney, do we have any standing, the board, to decide whether the timing or mistiming of a notification was within our decision-making process of ability to change one way or the other? Accept or? Good, I stumped him. Good.
My direction to you at this point is to take a substantive vote up or down. I will leave legal arguments for another time. You and I can talk privately if you'd like. But my direction to the board is to take a vote at this point, up or down.
And then I had like 3 questions. And then as far as the easement is concerned and the utilities are going to go along Huntley Road, is there not an easement already provided with the plan for those things? Whether it's a solar project or not, that wouldn't be to you, I don't think, but I.
No, but I would say if you're directing that to the petitioner and objector, if Madam Chair would like to.
Could you,
as we
I'm
did
sorry, I
before.
was sitting down. Could you, my
Well,
apologies.
the village contended that there was an inability to put utilities along Huntley Road. And I thought I distinctly heard that there was utilities allowed along Huntley Road provided in the plan, but maybe I'm incorrect.
So everyone gets a proponent and opponent will get 1 minute. So why don't we start with the proponent first?
The county road department brought this up before, that Huntley Road is planned for expansion. The current width is 38 feet off the center line of the right of way. So it's a total of 76 feet. The planned width is 160 feet. So there's an 80-foot planned south side of Huntley Road. That is the planned width on the south of the center line of the road. So we're set back that plus 50 feet, which I believe provides plenty of space for all infrastructure to be
To make a
placed.
connection between the two
Yes, sir.
water lines.
Yes,
And
sir.
then I guess you would then ask.
The opponent, please.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, Board. To answer the question, it's not a question of easements in this case. I would submit to Mr. Caius. It's a question of the ability to financially make the expansion of the water and sanitary sewer infrastructure go along that entire stretch if there are not interested developers. If there's no interested residential and or commercial developers along that corridor, certainly a solar farm is not going to encourage the need for that.
That's not
yeah.
part of the question, not part of the answer. Excuse me, but
Okay.
I get it. So
Okay.
there's room, physically it's possible, but financially there's a thing. And then the third question was, I guess it was already answered in that. I'm looking at I think it's page 68 that shows that the one drawing we saw that the house would be in just this little triangle there. The modification of the panels there, I think that's it right there, shows that the house, as far as the resident up there, would not be surrounded by panels. But I think you answered that. So, and then actually, as much of a proponent I am of solar, I would like to entertain a motion. I will move that we postpone this till the next meeting.
Sanchez will second.
There's a motion and a second to move this to the following meeting of the county board.
Thank you. Yeah, and just to follow that.
All this stuff again?
Well, we shouldn't have to hear it. Thank you.
Wouldn't have to hear it again.
No. hopefully not.
So there's a motion and a second.
Well, right,
Uh,
motion second. Then I would like to speak to that in order to, this would be to, in order to allow the village, as they have said that they anticipate to have evidence that would be important in their case and develop that
Is there
in the
any fur-
meantime.
Thank you, sir. Is there any further discussion on this?
I have a quick
Oh,
question.
yes,
Postpone.
on the motion to postpone.
Yes, it's relevant to that. I guess the question I'd like to know is, I heard council say there's a hearing on March 6th. I'd like to know if there'll be finality by the court on March 6th, or if we're just going to be hearing in another month that the judge is taking it under advisement and, they don't know when they're going to have a ruling.
I will turn that over to our state's attorney. No? I can't.
So substantively, that would be something that the litigants would be able to answer. I'm not aware of the current standings of the case. So if there's people who can answer it, I'm again
One at
fine
each.
doing a one-on-one.
Okay, why don't I have the opponent speak first to that?
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Brad Stewart again for the record. The answer is that by statute, this is what's considered a court supervised annexation petition. There's 3 different forms. This is a particular form with a court supervised annexation. The court is required to set the hearing date for the annexation petition no less than 20 and no greater than 30 days from the initial filing. So the 30th day, and that was the date I had referenced earlier, the 30th day for that, even if it was the 30th day, would be March 6th. Now, the one thing I cannot promise is if that is the absolute end all finality to the proceeding, that's ultimately up to a judge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The proponent, do you have any comments on this? No?
Yeah, can we, point of information, can we call the question and
Yes, if.
just to have
yes,
the
Mr.
vote
Sturgis.
postpone or not?
This is just to
Well,
postpone.
hold on. I mean, does anybody else have any comments first? You can't call the.
Well, he
until
was
there's a
asking if
discussion.
there were any further comments, right? Yeah.
John, help me out just a bit here because am I on? My comments are to the initial question, not to the postponement.
So this is just to the
This is
postponement.
just a debate on the motion to postpone.
Okay,
there
my,
any
my
value-
comments on that would be, I would rather vote no now
Yeah.
than postpone this.
Okay, all right, thank you. Mr. Leonard?
No, I'm
Okay, Mr. Teppi?
Tepe here. I think it's disturbing that they have a petitioner come here now for 3 months and bring them back a 4th month. Okay, I'd prefer to see us vote on this today.
All right, I think we're ready to take the vote on the postpone.
Right, here we go.
Yes vote is to postpone till the next board meeting.
That's accurate.
Okay. Board,
No.
Juby? Postpone. No, okay. Roth,
No.
Tarver,
No.
Allen? To postpone?
Alan, I.
Okay, all right. Berman. Mr. Berman? Hmm. Iqbal,
Berman, no.
thank you. Let me get that. Hang on.
Sorry.
Mr. Iqbal?
Iqbal,
no.
What was Berman's vote?
No.
No.
Leonard?
No.
Molina?
Molina, no.
Doherty?
Already no.
Bates?
Bates, no.
Davis? He's not here. Gums? Not here.
That meeting's still going on? We haven't got to our meet.
Ms. Gums, this is to postpone the petition to,
That was not Gums, that was Mr. Berman.
That was Ms. Berman.
okay, I'm not getting a vote on Gums then. Kenyon?
No.
Okay. Caius?
I forgot. Yes, I think. Yes, to postpone.
Yes,
Long day.
you would vote yes.
Okay, Silva.
No.
Surges? Lewis.
She's gone.
She's gone.
He's gone.
Thank you. Strathman?
Yes.
Williams?
No.
Tepe?
No.
Young?
No.
Did I miss anybody?
You didn't vote.
Sanchez, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Okay, so that fails.
Can I ask why we're doing a non-alphabetical roll call?
Not now. Okay, the motion fails. Back to the discussion for the original motion. Yes, yes, Mr. Surges.
I can't see in the light if my thing is on or not. It is truly unfortunate at this late hour that we are debating things this important, but I'm going to call upon the courage of our board to do what I think is what I personally think is the right thing here. I had originally asked for this be returned to the ZBA after receiving calls from the mayors of Gilbert's, Carpentersville, Huntley, and Algonquin, of which Mr. Skillman was here in the room up until about 1 o'clock. Mr. Zambetti from Gilbert's was in the room up until about 11:30. Humberto representing Carpentersville is still here. Can't say enough for Ms. Ness to be here as well. The ZBA specifically asked for new evidence and asked if there was any imminent annexation or pre-annexation. This is where I think I find a flaw and in as much disagree with what the ZBA was looking at. I kind of look at this as a timeline. I think that we can all agree that the corridor that we're speaking up there, all of the municipalities and the county have created and spent enormous amounts of money in planning to create this corridor going from I-90 to Algonquin Road, from Route 25 all the way to Route 47. We've created the I-90 Route 47 interchange, the Route 47 expansion, the Long Meadow Parkway going from Route 25 all the way to Route 47. The population explosion that's happened in Pingree Grove and Gilbert's was enough to cause remapping for our electorate. We have a responsibility to look at commercial big box balance, and that commercial balance is so much predicated on rooftops. The care of which this area has been planned spans over 25 to 30 years. Boundary agreements were put in place back in the 90s. Facility planning areas, water towers, streetlights and intersection improvements, comprehensive plans originally from the 80s, updated in the late 90s, just updated by these municipalities coming out of COVID. Where Suzanne said she had served on the board, I was on the Gilbert's board in the 90s. I remember working with Carpentersville to create the boundary agreements. I remember working with Algonquin to make all this happen. None of this has been haphazard. None of this was on the fly, and all of this was in a master plan. To ask for annexation or pre-annexation is imminent. It's a matter of perspective. The plan is working, and we've worked the plan. When Springfield came out with their favored uses, it kind of threw a wrinkle in things. As if there was an urgency to approve these things, and if we were the bad guys on the defense. We have a responsibility to balance the public good. On one side, we have a farmer who wins, and we have some sustainable energy. On the other side, it is a major disruption to a master plan in this entire economic corridor. Nobody is against solar. I think everybody has continued to say that. But this particular spot is wrong on the major corridor that we have now just invested millions in. When you look at the totality of the planning and the care, systematic, methodical approach that's been used, I'm not an attorney, but I think we're entitled to considerable weight on this. It's my conviction that this is not appropriate in this location. We are not the bad guys here. It is at the bottom of the ninth with 2 men on base, and the petitioner is asking us to change the rules. Meaning we've been doing this since the 90s.
And all of a sudden, at the last minute, somebody wants to change and put there, which affects everything. There's been a lot of talk today about property values, about developers. Packy, just raise your hand. Packy represents BMB Associates. They are the developer on the Gilbert side of Galligan Road between Powers and Huntley Road. When we talk about numbers of rooftops, he represents your rooftops right here. When I called him and said, how much will this solar farm harm you? Their answer was, we could sell homes next to an airplane, next to O'Hare if you wanted us to. The question is, what's the quality of the homes? The question is, what did people anticipate? You spent all this money funding a forest preserve district for open space to create this environment that we live in. And now all of a sudden we want to say the major economic corridor, we want to put a solar right on that main drag, affects everybody. And when Carpentersville comes up and talks about, and Chris, you mentioned, well, you mean you can't run your lines there? Everybody can run their lines there. Gilbert's is, you guys have already put the water tower there. We've already got intergovernmental agreements going. It's the recapture of the monies that has been spent on that that's at risk with this. Again, nobody's against solar. We're just against this one in the location it's at. This thing is in the dead center of the corridor. It's going to be frozen for 25 years. It was never anticipated in the original plans. I think we've heard that it impedes development of the area. There's a balance there between rooftops to complete the residential and commercial. Anticipated lifestyle changes. I'm just asking you to vote no on this one.
Thank you. Is there anybody else?
Me.
Yes, Ms. Bates.
Bates, please. May I address Mr. Sturgis?
You can
I
address,
don't know the
you
answer
can
to my
make comments to me, please.
Well, okay. I'd like to know if, so my question is, if this is such an important business corridor, why didn't a business buy it? And then my answer in my mind is, well, maybe the farmer didn't want to sell it. So that's my question. Is this, if this is a business corridor, where are the businesses? And is that because the farmer doesn't want to sell, which would be his right? In which case, a solar farm is a great use for the land because he can get it back to his use in 25 years. So my question.
Thank you.
I'm happy to reply to that if needed.
You may reply to me.
I mean, we have been filling in
second
those
time.
areas. We have been filling in those areas systematically. This is the last bastion that's up. I mean, this is the last land that's available for Carpentersville to the west, if I'm not mistaken here. Everything else has been filled in appropriately, and that commercial space is not coming on until their residential rooftops hit that critical mass. Without those, they're not going to come. That's why this is so important.
Thank you. Mr. Caius?
Well, I'm a solar proponent by and large. And the question is, if we just voted down one where it's too rural with residential, and now we just gonna vote down one because it's too commercial.
Unfortunate timing to compare. Yeah.
I think it is unfortunate timing. And as much as I'd like to go along with Carpentersville on this, on the long range planning, of course, when I'm 95 years old, in 25 years, or maybe 97 years old, I won't particularly care, but it will be available if we put solar in there. So, and it does serve a purpose. And again, I'll remind you that I talked to the assessor and he said that it was a 2,000% increase in the taxes to the county. And that reminds me of another thing. If the farmer doesn't want to sell and hasn't sold because he didn't want to sell, is my understanding that there's no way that anybody can make him sell. He could keep it undeveloped for as long as he wanted to. Correct? Farming?
Yeah, you could.
We're not
He could-
talking eminent domain.
Is that a rhetorical question or do you want a direct answer?
Okay, I don't think that a village can make them, he can stay where he wants to do. If he didn't want to sell it up to this point, he could stay in the 30 years himself. So we're just speculating on that.
For shopping center?
Okay, is there anybody else? Yes, sir.
Sanchez, thank you, Madam Chair. Just based on the comments I'm hearing from the village and Mr. Surgis, I will be voting against this petition.
All right, Mr. Sanchez. Yes, Mr. Williams.
So one last comment, I think, to maybe wrap this up from the testimony we've heard, from the testimony we've heard and from Mr. Surgis's passionate plea, I think what we're saying is we disagree with the zoning board of appeals that this special use will impede the normal and orderly development and improvement of surrounding property for uses permitted in this district. So if you vote no, you are disagreeing with the zoning board of appeals on that point. And we're agreeing with the impassioned plea by Honorable Mr. Surgis and the Village of Carpentersville.
All right, are we ready to call the vote? Yes, clerk, please call the roll.
Okay,
Board. And this is for the zoning ordinance now.
Ford,
Yes.
okay. Caius,
Yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Berman.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ellen? Miss Allen? Okay, Sanchez,
Sanchez, no.
Tarver?
Can you come back to me?
Okay, Tepe,
Tepe, no.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, no.
Doherty,
Yes.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
okay. Lewis?
She's gone.
She's gone.
So, all right. Roth,
Roth, no.
Surgis,
No.
Williams,
No.
Gums, you here? She's gone.
No. Gums
Thank
is
you.
no.
Okay, thanks. Allen? Miss Allen, she's still not. Like Juby,
Juby, no.
Kenyon,
No.
am I missing anybody? Silva,
Silva, no.
Strathman? Young
No.
and Tarver.
No.
Did I miss anybody? Davis is gone
You call Linder's absent, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
and Linder is absent, so that fails.
13-7.
Chair, may I make a comment, please?
Yes.
A friend of mine owns some land, I'm not sure where, but in King County, he's a farmer. And he's trying to put in solar to save the family farm. And he said he's getting questions from developers saying, is King County anti-solar? So we're getting a reputation.
Okay, that ends the zoning. Mr. Ford, I think
There's
we're
one more.
completed, correct?
No.
No, we have one more.
Yeah.
We have one more.
Didn't hear the
So
answer.
that was the answer. The final was
Yeah.
did not pass.
What's the final, please?
Pass. This
Final?
did not pass.
It failed.
It
The
failed.
vote,
13-7.
13-7. Thank you.
13-7.
It failed.
Madam Chair, we have one more petition. The number is 4623. It is petitioner JS2 Trust in Amazing Vehicle Sales. Location is 1307 South Union Street. This is in Aurora Township. The proposal is rezoning from B1 District Business and B3 District Business to B3 District Business with a special use for outdoor car sales lot.
Gums will move.
I'll throw second.
The board approve it.
Hold on a
And our
second.
development committee approved it.
All right, we're anxious here. We got Gums moving it and Roth second. All right.
Madam
is
Chair,
there-
District
Gums.
is it in?
It-
Gums.
Madam
Thank
Chair,
you.
Gums.
Yes, Ms. Gums.
Thank you,
Whose district- I'm
everybody.
sorry, before we begin.
It is my
excuse me.
district, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I am in support of this zoning, and I would ask for approval.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments on this particular petition? I see none. I see none online.
If there's anybody from.
Is there any applicants to speak on this behalf? None. All righty. Clerk, call the roll. I was asked, any objectors, anybody to speak? Mr.
Michelle Gums, David Young. I'm not Michelle Gums. My question is to Michelle Gums.
You wish.
I'm
You
glad you
wish, buddy.
clarified that.
We need lunch here. So they're converting this into a, what was this before? And then they're converting it into a auto sales lot, I guess. If you could explain that a little
That's
bit.
correct.
Mr.
So the Montgomery, well, maybe Mr. Ford can explain it better, but just so you're aware, David, there's another small auto dealership right down the street. I think there might be one or two of them. I personally believe it's a great location for it, and it's not obstructive or intrusive to the neighbors.
Yeah, I believe this is in a commercial area and it's also on a dead end of a block that's only about a few parcels long. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Are we ready to call the question? Okay, clerk, please call the roll.
Doherty?
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Allen?
Allen, aye.
Ford?
Ford, yes.
Gums?
Gums, yes.
Bates?
Bates, yes.
Berman?
Yes.
Leonard? Iqbal?
Iqbal, yes.
Kenyon?
Yes.
Juby?
Juby, aye.
Caius?
Caius, yes.
Strathman?
Yes.
Molina?
Molina, yes.
Sanchez?
Sanchez, yes.
Tarver?
Carver, yes.
Surges?
Yes.
Silva?
Silva, yes.
Roth?
Roth, yes.
And Young?
Young, yes.
Tepe? Williams?
Williams, yes.
Did I miss anybody? Okay, that passes unanimously.
Yeah.
20-0.
21.
Okay.
Doherty.
So we're on. I'm sorry?
Who was that?
Doherty. Doherty.
Yes.
Could all the board members please use their microphones when they vote? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam
Thank you, Mr.
Chairman,
Doherty.
Allen,
Miss Allen, yes, ma'am.
I'm so sorry. My computer died during the petition 4620 vote. Am I allowed to still cast a vote? I think that the results were so far apart that it won't make a difference, but I thought I would ask.
If you'd like to give us your vote, that, absolutely.
Okay, my vote on that petition was no. Allen,
Okay.
no.
4620. Okay, that'll mark it as 14.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
No.
Yes, Mr. Roth.
Can I move that we take a 5-minute break? We're at 4 hours and 20 minutes.
I
right
would
now.
think I would
I have
just
to
about
leave very
No.
suggest
soon.
that.
I have to leave
No.
very soon.
I'm joking.
Dave, go home.
An hour.
Dude, I get up at 5.
No, because it's not in the underlying.
Go ahead.
Thank
Thank you. Love it.
I'm gonna have to have that tape.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Clerk, please call the roll.
This is for quorum purposes. Alan, are you present?
Alan present.
Bates,
Yeah, it's the criteria.
Berman,
Present.
Doherty,
Already here.
Havished,
That was here.
Ford,
Ward here.
Ms. Dums, are
Jones
you
is
present?
here.
Thank
I am
you.
here.
Iqbal,
Iqbal present.
Should be here.
Kenyon, Caius,
Guys present.
Leonard,
Under here.
Lewis, Linder, Molina,
Selena present.
You're okay.
Roth here.
Sanchez. Oh, okay. Silva,
Silva's here.
Strathman,
Strathman is here.
Hiss,
Surge is present.
Carver's
Fourth
here.
time today.
B,
Here.
Williams, Young,
Here.
and Madam Chair,
And Caius is here.
Caius is
Mr. President.
present.
That's present in the room. Hold on a second, everybody.
Where's it?
Ladies, gentlemen, because of the lateness of the hour and the length of the rest of our agenda, I would like to make the following recommendation. I would like to conclude our vote on the settlement agreements.
Good, good, good.
I would like to conclude our voting on the agreed upon consent agenda. If anyone would like to move an item off of that consent agenda, this board will be moved to a date certain where we will reconvene, and that date certain will be a time set on this upcoming Friday. And that date is, what is Friday's date?
16th.
The 16th. The day is long. I want our minds to be sharp. We have some very important items to discuss. And we have some board members who are going to have to leave shortly, and would love to have them here for that conversation. So do I need a motion for that?
I'm sorry.
Who are you going?
What were we going to include today and then postpone till later?
Okay, for clarification, we're going to vote on the settlement approvals that we went into executive session to discuss. That's item A and B.
The two claims or the three. Yeah.
The three claims.
Three claims.
The two claims, two claims,
Yeah.
two claims.
Two claims, then the agenda, the Shepro speaking, the consent agenda will be called.
Take it off.
And anybody who has anything to remove, the removed item will be put to the special or to the continued meeting Friday so that you could vote on the consent agenda, pay the bills and go home.
Well, I won't because I won't be here Friday.
Someplace fun?
Washington DC.
Ooh, yeah. Impressive. And
We will then also vote on the two items that have moved out of consent. No, if you would like to stay, you can vote to stay. But if you'd like to do this proposal where we're going to reconvene on Friday, I would,
Motion would be in
Okay.
order to approve the change to the agenda.
or we can meet on Thursday.
Point of information, can we ask for unanimous consent?
Yes, unanimous consent.
What?
I'd
Young.
I'd like,
Object.
I'd like to know what time on Friday, because there's going to be, I have two other committee meetings on Friday, so. Tough stuff, man. I gotta make
That's a
money.
fair point.
But there is a 9 o'clock energy meeting followed by a 10:30 jobs meeting. Yeah,
That
and
might be a little,
then
it may not be a good.
Another long day.
I'm looking at the calendar right now.
can you do this on Monday?
Yeah.
Monday'd be clear, right?
It's a holiday.
Monday is a holiday.
Oh,
time and a half, Cliff.
And we want to give people the chance, our staff to have that agenda put together and advance notice, right?
And we need 3 days, so we'll have to be moved till next week.
Okay.
Is that okay to ask?
Busy week.
Madam Chair comes.
Could we just poll the people here quickly as to whether anybody is actually looking to remove something from the consent agenda? Because if they're not, we could dispense with that pretty quickly.
So you're gonna do it one way or the other. If they remove it, it goes to the continued meeting.
Just,
Yeah. But that,
anything we could find
How
out.
about, on the 23rd? There's only one meeting, and that is labor management that is scheduled. That's a week from this upcoming Friday.
I want to be here.
That's
I
good to
can't
me.
make that deal.
I won't be here either. My
Be here on the
daughter's
23rd?
Yeah.
What time?
Okay, it seems that, Mr. Caius, will you be back in town?
Hour and a half.
On the 23rd? I
Is
would
there
be
a
available
cow that
early
we
enough.
can
Yeah, but
substitute this for?
I'm sorry?
Because we have to vote.
It's a voting.
No, that we could substitute our meeting on a cow date?
Yeah, what is?
The last
There's
Tuesday
one
of the month.
scheduled. In the next 30 days.
I tell you
There's
what,
not?
why don't we
Okay.
just move it to,
It's Thursday
Date
afternoon
uncertain.
yeah.
Date uncertain.
Yeah, to.
and Wednesday afternoon.
We'll be moving this to, those items to a date uncertain, and we will confer with the calendars and make some suggestions and query you. All right?
We have a consensus. on
We have a.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if we have items to remove from the consent agenda, do we recommend those now?
Yes.
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 In just a moment.
Well, we're gonna do the,
We've got to do the,
First, we're
the
gonna do
ordinance.
the two
Work on.
Ah,
claims.
So are we all fine with this? We'll take, no, we're not all fine with this. So we're gonna, that's fine. Okay.
Get it over. As Mr.
We're gonna keep on going. It looks like everybody, all right, let's do it.
Get done.
Wait,
Let's
what?
go.
What?
We're killing time right now.
Be unanimous.
man, big
Correct.
time.
Many want it. nobody
Okay,
wants
so why don't we,
Open session stuff first, like you said.
let's take it. Do you, we're going to be voting upon the settlement but before we move forward, I'd like to settle this item. Are we ready to plow through the rest, or do you want to move it to a date certain? Those items are off,
Yeah, we do.
off agenda.
Let's see how we do.
Move to date certain.
2-3 hours.
So who would like to move this to a date certain? I'm sorry, was that hand up or was that a flag?
You certain you're gonna be here? I planned for months to be here today.
Six. Six people to a date to a date certain.
Madam Chair
Okay.
comes remotely. I would like to get it done today.
Well, okay, we're going to take that vote next. Thank you, Ms. Gums. Okay. How many would like to move it? Just continue the conversation this afternoon? One,
Yes,
two,
continue.
3, 4, 5, 6,
Yes, continue.
7.
And you've got the people who aren't in the room.
Mr. Doherty?
Berman, yes, continue.
Continue. Mr. Doherty, continue or not?
Or he's good either way.
What do you say?
What,
Either
sir?
way.
You're good either way.
Either way. Okay, you're neutral. Miss Allen?
Either way.
Mr. Iqbal?
We call in?
Either way. I think it's 7 to
So we're
7.
continuing. Okay, we'll continue. Let's plow through.
Would it be okay to call in?
What?
Yes.
At
we
a
have a-
subsequent time?
Now,
Now?
Now.
Oh, that's good.
yes, I think,
The
I
majority
think we'll
of
accept.
time here.
We have,
Well, you're speaking of your particular instance.
In my
because
I had a one
You had to
thirty in
go-
Barrington that I missed. and I
You
need to get
didn't
there.
request remote attendance, so your question is,
Correct.
would you be permitted to call in and vote if the board agrees?
And we still have quorum.
And I
Work purposes.
still, well, yeah, there would still be a
For work
quorum in the
purposes.
room.
It is work purposes.
yes, it is for work
That's a
purposes.
permitted reason to be.
Yeah.
remote.
It is, so you're
You wanna
fine. You're fine.
Zoom and drive at the same time. That's not allowable.
Get away.
That depends on
So now,
you.
the subsequent
You
question,
can't
is, what
zoom
is
and
the
drive.
number to dial in from? To?
Talk to
On the-
Blair.
It's on your computer.
Did we agree?
I'm
He
gonna
is-
call in from phone.
Okay, ladies and
I don't
gentlemen.
think you're allowed to Zoom and drive at the same time.
Well, yes, you can.
Oh, that is true. That
That's in
against
state
state
law.
law, you cannot do that.
If you're on your
Hands free.
car.
No, you cannot do that. That's against state law.
CarPlay?
Free is? No, it isn't.
Yes.
You got hands-free phone.
Hands free, no one?
Yeah, there's an audio.
How will we know what he's doing?
You're not hands-free.
We're really.
Somebody's driving them.
Hands free.
You can do hands-free audio.
Just don't tell me.
Audio.
So let's begin.
Pulled over on the side of the road. Okay.
But there should be a motion to allow.
We're going to have do I have your consensus to allow Ms. Bates as well as Mr. Surges to go remotely?
Yes. Madam Chair, I will have to leave at a certain point as well for
Okay.
similar
I will too.
purposes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. And so, all right, so
Those two, yeah.
Yeah, I gotta leave at a certain point.
Sanchez, Leonard, Bates, Sturgis, and Williams. That's five.
And Jerry.
Oh, I could get maybe 10 while we're waiting.
we have a quorum in the room.
Vacate, I need a chair.
Well, let's see, at that
I don't
point,
think you're on the call.
I don't think.
We're not
they'll
gonna have a quorum.
in the room.
If everybody leaves, we're not have a quorum in this room.
Well, then that'll.
Then we
make
should
it-
postpone
Then you
it.
can't vote anything.
7,
Postpone it.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Motion to adjourn.
14, 15.
I'm leaving at 3:45.
How many do we have in the room
Three-
now?
We got till 3.
For that time?
I have a 4 o'clock.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 15.
We got
Those five, you don't have a quorum in the room.
I can meet Friday
In fact, if you lose, what do we say,
Following.
15?
Okay,
Does that
what,
count you?
23rd.
Better decide so you can get a vote on work.
I'd like to,
Yeah.
ladies, gentlemen, I want to continue this, and then when we lose quorum in the room, we will stop. Okay? All right. So I'd like to move on now with the roll call on the settlement, the two settlement agreements. So we have that completed.
Blinded here. I'm taking clips.
Are we ready? May I
Make
have
a
a
motion, we
motion,
approve.
second to vote on and potentially approve settlement number 22WC 008.
Four moves.
3
Give him
in the
seconds.
amount of
Coming over to the dark side.
$43,225.98. Caius. Seconds,
Seconds.
Caius and Leonard, that's correct. They're moving because of the sunshine.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm leaving.
clerk, please call the roll.
No, it's so you can make it quicker to exit.
Once now. Ellen?
Alan, I.
Bates?
Yep.
14 or 15.
Why is this going out? Berman?
Berman, yes.
Gordy?
Oh, yes.
Travis, yes.
Oh, there you are. Thanks. Ford?
Ford, yes.
Gums?
Gums, yes.
Iqbal, yes.
Juby?
aye.
Kenyon?
Yes.
Caius?
Yes.
Leonard?
Leonard, yes.
Lewis is not here.
Kenyon.
Linder? I got Kenyon. Melina?
Lena, yes.
Roth?
Roth, yes.
Sanchez?
Sanchez, yes.
Silva?
Silva, yes.
Strathman?
Strathman, yes.
Surgis is not here. Tarver?
Tarver, yes.
Seppi?
Happy, yes.
Williams?
William, yes.
Young?
Yes.
Passes.
Oh, Kenyon?
Yeah.
May I have a motion and a second to approve settlement in case number 23WC 010064 in the amount of $1,699.36.
Leonard moved.
Thank you.
Berman, second.
Thank you,
Berman,
Mr.
second.
Berman. Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen?
Alan, I.
Bates, yes.
Berman?
Berman, yes.
Doherty?
Doherty, yes.
Thank you. Davis?
Travis, yes.
Ford?
Ford, yes.
Gums?
Can you clarify what I'm voting on, please? I apologize.
The
in a
second
meeting.
settlement, case number 23WC 010064.
In the
Thank
amount
you
of
very much. And then just-
$1,699.36.
Thank you. It's a yes.
Iqbal?
Iqbal, yes.
B? Kenyon?
Yes.
Caius?
Yes.
Leonard?
Leonard, yes.
Not here. Linder's not here. Melina?
Molina, yes.
Roth?
Roth, yes.
Sanchez?
Sanchez, yes.
Silva?
Silva, yes.
Strathman? Surges is not here. Tarver?
Tarver, yes.
Seppi?
Happy, yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Young?
Yes.
Passes.
All righty, would anybody like to move an item off of the consent agenda? Yes, Mr.
Thank you, Madam Chair Sanchez here. Resolutions dash 24, or sorry, resolutions.
Point of order, Madam Chair, we have not done new business.
Not the new business.
The updates.
Appointments, committee updates.
You're right, sir.
We didn't do.
You're right, sir. Absolutely. Just trying to plow through this. All right, is there any new business?
Yes, there's new business.
Yes.
So Madam Chair, at the last meeting, we had a 20-minute discussion on discussing a migrant proclamation. And it was a consensus of this board that there would be a proclamation on this agenda today. I worked on one, Ms. Bates worked on one. They really weren't gellable. They looked at the issue from different angles. But we both put a lot of work into it. And our understanding and a conversation I had with you about a week ago suggested to me that this would be on the agenda today. So I was disappointed to see that it was not on the agenda. I'm the representative of the district that had a migrant drop in his district, and my constituents are demanding action. So I am going to make a motion to put the following proclamation on the March 12th agenda. I apologize for the length, but I have to read the proclamation. It's a proclamation addressing the migrant crisis. Whereas undocumented immigrants have been crossing the border at numerous locations in the United States in unprecedented numbers at locations in various southern states, and the federal government has refused or otherwise failed to prevent such unauthorized entries. And whereas states dealing with the migrant crisis are ill-equipped to deal with a number of migrants crossing into their borders and lack the authority under federal law to prevent
Point of
such.
information.
Yes. Yes.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off in the middle of it, but I remember in executive session, there was a request from the executive board to put a proclamation regarding the busing of migrants. From what you're reading, you're talking about immigration reform and immigration laws, and that wasn't the intention of the executive board, nor was it to come to this board, this committee. It was to go to the executive committee to review that proclamation. So at this point, I would request that you please cease.
And there was a request for one proclamation that was mutually agreed upon by two parties. And I've reflected on those minutes, and that's exactly what was asked upon, not a single one, but for one and then one. It was one.
I'm
Merged
entitled to
together.
make
Chair,
a
under
motion.
new business, I believe a board member is entitled to bring up anything that they want. As long, it just cannot be, it cannot be voted on, but a motion, a procedural motion to put it on a future agenda would be in order.
And,
And I will second that motion.
okay, so we have,
You could vote on a procedural motion, which was, I believe the motion made was to put Mr. Williams's proclamation draft on a future, on the next board agenda for action, which would be permissible under the Open Meetings Act.
And I'm happy to not read the entire motion or the entire proclamation if I can just email it after this meeting. I know everybody wants to get on to the next business at hand.
If there's no objection, then Mr. Williams, we could waive reading of the entire proclamation and just make the motion to put it on the agenda, which you've done. And I believe Mr. Young was
Seconded it.
going to second it.
And what agenda would that be? Would that be next board meeting or next
I
executive?
believe it was
board
for
meeting?
March 12th.
board meeting. Board meeting.
Actually, Mr. Williams did email it out to all board members on February 5th at 8:36 PM.
We already have received a copy of that. So, can we amend that, Ms. Bates? Do you want yours on there as well?
Well,
That's not the-
right now you've got a motion on the floor.
Right.
This one.
Yeah,
All right.
the
So
motion
let's-
before you is in relation to Mr. Williams.
Mr. Will,
And right now you're in discussion for that.
is there any other discussion on this? Putting Mr. Williams' proclamation regarding the migrants on the March 12th. Yes.
Yes, David Young. I agree with Rick. If you go back and listen to the meeting, the Kane County Board meeting of January, you will hear 20 minutes of discussion going back and forth. Mr. Frank was talking about this. You were talking about it, and Madam Chair, you were talking about it. You were talking about going to Chicago. You had mentioned that this is very important, and you were even going to write a letter to the Chicago, and you were expressing your dissatisfaction with the Chicago board and their decisions on that they had made for the buses. So so you had made that, and so it was a big it's still a big deal. And you had said that we need to discuss this further and put this and move this forward. And it was, at least in my opinion, that it was going to be on the agenda for a discussion. And then Rick went ahead and provided that proclamation. And I'm in full support of getting that as far as on the agenda so that we can have a discussion about this. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, hold on, let me see if there's anybody else, with all due respect. Is
Doherty.
Mr. Doherty, I recognize you, and then Ms. Strathman.
I'm really disappointed that this wasn't here if it was supposed to be, and that we're going to actually push it back an entire 30 days. This is not a situation that can be hemmed and hawed about. It needs to be done. Maybe we can move this to the board meeting next week. That's going to be an extension of what's going on.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Strathman?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm not sure if this is the correct time, but I would like to make an amendment that we include not just one proclamation that was written, but the other one that was written as well.
Use your microphone, please. Say it again.
Just real quick, it's not a proper motion. If you want to bring up a new business item after this, then you absolutely can do that. You can get the same thing you want. It's just not a proper motion to amend his motion by adding something to it. So you can absolutely bring that up afterwards for a separate motion.
Okay.
All right, are you ready? Is there any other comment on Mr. Williams's motion?
Just as a reminder, this is a vote to place it on an agenda. A yes vote is not a yes vote to approve it, only to put it on an agenda.
Point of
Madam
information.
Chair.
This is a-
Yeah,
as a
hold on,
voice vote?
please. Yes, Mr. Caius, could you?
Point of information. can
To
we
the
do it-
microphone, please.
Point of information, can we do it as a voice vote as opposed to?
Oh, come on, let's vote.
I think it'd be better to do a record vote, yes.
Just do a regular vote. All right, who else wanted to speak?
Doherty.
Mr. Doherty, you already spoke once. You want to speak again?
Mr.
No.
Williams.
I think it's Mr. Berman.
Let's go.
Mr. Berman, are
I
you,
just call the question.
call the vote? Okay, call the question. Clerk, please call the roll. And this is to put Mr. Williams' request to put his proclamation onto the next board meeting.
Okay. Ellen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
Please come back to me.
Berman,
Berman, no.
Doherty,
Or yes.
Yes.
Ford,
Board, yes.
Gums. Iqbal,
Iqbal, no.
Juby,
Juby, no.
Kenyon, Caius,
Caius, no.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis. Oops, he's not here. He's not here. Molina,
Molina, no.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva. Tough one. I believe in freedom of speech.
World won't end.
come on, man, come on.
He may end though.
Silva is a no.
Okay. Strathman,
Strathman, no.
Surgis, are you online yet?
Surgis, yes.
Did we want to vote? Well, we did. All right.
What about Gums?
I apologize. Gums is a no.
Thank you. Tarver,
Harvard's no.
Tepe,
Pepe, no.
Williams,
Williams, yes.
Young.
Young, yes.
Did I miss anybody?
Bates.
That's right.
No.
Okay. Ooh.
Aye. Aye.
11-11.
From the die. No.
Have to vote
Oh,
because
no,
it fails.
Okay, it fails.
Fails
Perfect.
on a tie
Perfect.
vote.
Perfect.
I don't have to do mine. Do you want to vote?
What was the, was it did Mrs.
11-11.
11-11? So was there a tie vote cast?
It fails on a tie vote. The chair doesn't have to vote.
Okay.
Oh, fails on the tie
She
vote?
could only, she could vote if she wants to vote yes.
Now you understand.
Can vote.
Let's say,
Yeah, you can vote.
You can vote.
I will pass on that vote, please.
All right. Yeah.
And I would like to share, while we're speaking on this, I'd like to, but do you want to move forward with your suggestion?
No, I removed my.
All right, thank you.
motion.
I'd like to share some information regarding this. It was asked of me. I was reached out and came across an article, and then I reached out. This was written in the Kane County Reporter. The date of that article is February 7th, 2024. The article is entitled Kane County Municipalities
Microphone, please.
Refuse
Thank you.
Oh, right.
refuse to discuss illegal immigrant crisis. It has I'll list out all of the municipalities that refuse to answer this reporter's question. Some of these you all represent. Includes Aurora, Batavia, Elgin, Geneva, St. Charles, Algonquin, Barrington Hills, Bartlett, Big Rock, Burlington, Campton Hills, Carpentersville, East Dundee, Elburn, Gilberts, Hampshire, Hoffman Estates, Huntley, Caneville, Lily Lake, Maple Park, Montgomery, North Aurora, Pingree Grove, Sleepy Hollow, and others. Likewise, I received some information from one of our local mayors. This was at the Metro West breakfast that they had, legislative breakfast that was several days ago. This is what was suggested by Metro West that they all agreed upon independently. It was a suggested language. I'll read you the language. I won't mention the name of the municipality, but here it is. This unnamed municipality, and I read all of the municipalities who used the same document, I just read those to you, has no documents that are responsive to your FOIA request regarding the migrants. In the interest of transparency, we offer the following information. Staff and elected officials continue to observe Mayor Johnson's and Governor Pritzker's statements and actions relative to migrant buses coming to the Chicago area. To date, no migrant buses have requested to drop off migrants in this particular municipality. The Kane County Office of Emergency Services, OEM, has offered to assist the Kane County communities who receive migrant buses by escorting buses to the nearest metro stop for transportation to Chicago. At this time, municipality unnamed, has taken no action and has no action pending to regulate or to prohibit migrant buses from coming to our community or to prohibit local hotels from housing migrants. We will continue to monitor the situation as it evolves. So we have the above mentioned municipalities all agreed to the same statement. As you know, we all represent those municipalities. Everyone here on this board represents at least one of them, if not several. Honoring their statements, I felt it was best not to move this forward because we have no legal jurisdiction to declare anything about a sanctuary.
Good.
The next list, please.
Committee reports. More new business.
Is there any more new business? Okay, thank you. It's now time for committee updates. Are there any committee updates?
Mr. Isaacson's
We
listed on
we
the
have
agenda.
one, Mr. Rathman.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to have Michael Isaacson, Executive Director of the Public Health Department, come forward and give us an update on some of the visions that have been talked about and purpose of what is before us in this important decision today.
Good morning, ladies, or good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry. I have a PowerPoint slide. I'll go through a few things quickly with you here. So thank you for your time and attention. And while the slides are coming up, I just want to thank everybody for the conversations that we've had, discussions around this new building. We brought to committee of the whole back in July. And over that time, I've really enjoyed engaging with all of the board members who've been asking very good questions through this whole process. Do you want to give me the clicker or do you want? Okay, next slide, please. So key points I want to quickly focus on here. I just want to spend a little time going over what our public health approach is and how we approach population health. I think in all the conversations around a new facility, that's really critical because when you go to a doctor's office, that's different than public health. We're not the doctor's office that's focused on just that one individual person's health. We're really focused on everybody's health. Want to reemphasize the long-term impacts that we're seeing from COVID on the health of our community members. Talk a little bit about what I'm advising to you as director of the health department is what an appropriate response would be to the issues that we're seeing, both physical health and mental health. And then just talk a couple key words about how a centrally located facility is really going to help our health department better serve the residents of this community. Next slide, please. So just quickly wanted to share what the vision and mission and core values of the health department was as we talk about this. And I just want to editorialize for a second too and talk about my own vision for the health department. As we're looking, and I can tell you just the way I approach all of these things, I believe very strongly in personal responsibility, and I believe in making resources available to people to help them out. We've had a situation like COVID that really puts pressure on people, or when we have other situations, as I'll discuss, where people may be exposed to things where they don't have as much choice how they respond. I think there's opportunity in every single community in Kane County where we can invest, improve quality of life, and also save dollars. Next slide, please. For people who may be new, and this is, I shared a couple of these slides with the Public Health Committee. Just want to share how financially we're set up at the health department. So what you see here is an organizational chart that shows the various funding streams that we have. So quickly on the kind of the second row of bolded boxes there, we have our administrative team, but then we have our 4 more operationally outward focused groups. Down below, you see a listing of every grant we have. So we have 26 grants, 1 special fund. Every one of those grants has its own contract, its own deliverables, its own restrictions on how those funds can be spent. But it also represents the fantastic work that people are doing in a lot of areas. There has been discussion about what are some of our key services that we provide now versus what we're going to offer in the future. So I just want to quickly touch on just looking at this. We do emergency planning. We do emergency response, of course. We respond to lead poisoning in the community, whether that's clinical signs that we may find in children who've been exposed to lead, and that triggering us doing a follow-up at the environmental health level. We work on violence prevention by pulling community members together. We also work in a variety of ways around opioid overdose reductions. So we have a lot of different services that are provided that using these current funding streams, we're going to be able to amplify in a new central site and have more ability to expand what we're doing. Again, that's with existing resources. That's not even needing additional resources. Having a new facility is going to be tremendously helpful for that. Next slide, please. I really want to emphasize this is our organizational chart with our employees. And we are very fortunate to have a fantastic team of professionals that work at the Kane County Health Department, some of whom are newer and some of whom have been with the department for many, many years. And this is the group who's going to be carrying out the work in a new facility. And I just can't speak highly enough of the people doing the work, but they bring tremendous expertise. I've heard some comments and conversations that we want to avoid, like we'll build it and we will come. This, if we get a new facility, it's not a build it and we will come situation. We have professionals who are already running programs, and we're going to be able to expand these programs when we have physical space that allows us to do such. COVID has really put a strain on our community, as I'll talk about in a couple slides. So the time for the need, I should say, for a response in the community has never been higher in terms of public health. Next slide, please. I was asked a question several weeks ago about how many people walk into our lobby, and I answered 600. I double checked the numbers, and it's actually in 2023, the number of people who just walked in was just over 1,000. That's people who just walk into our lobby, just walk in, right? So they don't have an appointment. They're not there for a particular service. I looked at what's now called the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. And in 2022, the Kane County Health Department reported serving 307,682 residents. So instead of that 600 number that again, people who are walking in the door, this is the number of services that we're actually providing. And this is actually, and I'll talk about it with our public health approach, this is a very low number because a restaurant inspection in this report counts as a resident being served, when in actuality, when we're helping to assure that that restaurant is operating in a safe manner, we're helping to protect everyone who goes in there. So that's one restaurant, one service unit. It says client served in the report, but it's really service units of people that we're out there helping. This could be immunizations. This could be people that we've taught CPR, first aid. So the real number that we should be quoting is over 300,000. Next slide, please. Just quickly, public health, what do we do? Again, we're not direct medical care. That's different when you go in and you get care from your doctor. Public health, and I won't read everything. We really start with assessment, looking at what's happening in the community. Why are people sick? Why are they dying? What's happening that's impacting their health quality of life? And if you read down a couple of those, assess, monitor, investigate, then you get into where we're in policy development, where this is really where we're doing our interventions. Communicate effectively. So that's providing education to people. It could be get rid of your standing water so you don't have mosquitoes, so you can avoid West Nile virus. It could be get your flu shot. There's a lot of opportunities for education. The big one to me is that second orange one, strengthen, support, and mobilize communities and partnerships. That's the backbone of what the Kane County Health Department does. We work with our community partners. So it's not about us being the direct service provider. It's us working with all the other experts in the community, all the other social service organizations, so that we can help to make life better for people in this community so that they can be healthier. Going around, obviously, we have some legal and regulatory actions with restaurant inspections. You get into access and workforce. But the key thing I wanted to really focus on is we assess, and then using expertise based on what has been proven to have an evidence base, we recommend interventions. Next slide, please. So we've talked a little bit about a business case for a new facility, and I'll use the term market analysis. I just mentioned assessment being one of our key things that we do. So just going around, we pull information from other county departments. So we're working closely with the coroner's office to see why people are dying. We're looking at crime data from the sheriff's office. We're looking at who's going through our courts and what's happening with both young people and adults that may be impacting their health, and what are the antecedents that may be causing them to get into that trouble. We get information directly from the public. So you can see the Youth Voices Forum, and we actually just had our most recent one last week. This is one example of a program where we bring residents together to get input from them. This is focused on youth and mental health. Lower left-hand corner there is Stop Infectious Diseases. There's over 70 diseases in Illinois that are legally required to be reported to your local health department. So we get all those reports, and we're able to follow up on all those reports. so that we have a good idea of what's going on in our community. And then the top one there, the community health assessment, community health improvement plan, that's the big one I've been talking about for the past few months. We currently are in process with that. Here's our last completed one from 2021. So people have asked me, they say, well, I don't know where the data is for why people are sick or what's happening. Why are we saying that COVID is making things worse? Here's our most recent book. And then we're in process with completing our current assessment right now. So we have that information. In the lower right-hand corner is something called Essence. This is a national software program where we actually monitor emergency department admissions in a real-time basis. So we know who's coming in when people are, we don't know who, it's actually de-identified, but we know that people are overdosing, attempting suicide, coming in for a heart attack. We can run reports and see all of that information again in real time. So this is our market analysis to say, what is the need for more public health intervention in this community? Next slide, please. Then what do we do with that information? So, and I'll quickly go through two things here, but I think this is an important frame for why a new facility is going to be helpful. This is looking at infectious diseases. I'll start in the upper right with a pathogen. You have something that makes people sick. Could be bacteria, could be a virus. That thing hangs out and lives somewhere. A lot of things like the flu, it's being passed around. It stays in people, and then it leaves us somehow, right? We cough. If it's a sexually transmitted illness, it may be through bodily fluids. We always, it could be through feces. That's why it's so important. We're telling people to wash their hands and things like that. It is transferred to other people through a specific mechanism. Could be in the air, could be from touching something, it could be from intimate contact, it could be because I prepared food for you and my hands weren't clean. So that is something that we look at is what's the mode of transmission, and then it has to get into a person, and the person has to be a susceptible host. Now, let me just use an example. How do we stop the spread of illness? And this is the basis for public health in the world. We can look at, well, what's a susceptible host? If we can immunize people, that makes it so that they are less likely to be a susceptible host. That's one way. If we tell people to stay home when they're sick, that stops that portal of exit. So they're not spreading it around to other people, right? We tell people to wash their hands. That stops transmission. So depending on what the thing is that's causing the illness, we could see different things. Next slide, please. We have this same model applying to all different infectious diseases. So we have childhood vaccines. Certainly, we've all just lived through COVID. If it's sexually transmitted illnesses, that's where we may follow up with somebody. And then we also, a big piece of what the health department does is when somebody's sick, we may want to notify other people that they've been in contact with so that we can get them to keep to themselves so they're not further spreading the illness as well. Same for TB. West Nile virus is a little bit different. That's not spread person to person. That's something that through the mosquitoes, we are seeing it transmitted. So there's things people can do in their home. There's things that you can do with keeping the bugs off of you, but we interrupt around the cycle so that we can stop the spread of these diseases. Next slide, please. Keeping that kind of infectious disease model in mind, I'll switch over to more social things. And we certainly see with COVID, the infectious diseases were a massive disruption to our community. So that's a big piece. So keep that in your mind. Now, also, when we look at behavioral issues and including many chronic diseases, I want to use a different model. And this is looking at adverse childhood experiences. And this is something we've talked about in Public Health Committee a lot over the years. And this is research that was done just over 25 years ago by Kaiser Permanente, where they looked at how many things and above the tree line there, above the ground, people were exposed to. And what they found was the more of those that people were exposed to, the more likely they were to misuse drugs, to engage in dangerous sexual behavior, to be arrested, to have all of these to be a smoker, to be an excess drinker, all of these negative things that you can draw a parallel line. The more of those things up top, the more things that you're going to experience that are negative. Also fascinating, we've identified that people have biological changes when they're exposed to adverse childhood experiences. So we have higher rates of diabetes, higher rates of hypertension. So there is a biological factor as well as people's behavior changing. if you look at that list and you think about, or if you look at any of the annual reports for the state's attorney or court services and look at the last few years with what our residents have experienced and what's been going on around the country, there is a lot of these negative things that have dramatically increased. Below the line, we have more of the kind of what's in the background, what's the landscape for where people in our communities are growing up. And just rooting through these, you see poverty, certainly with job loss, there's been a lot. Community disruption, we've had a tremendous amount of community disruption over the past few years. Perceived lack of opportunity to go up in society. That is something that contributes to negative health outcomes. Community violence, and then certainly quality housing. That's something that we've talked about a lot. That's another, just like the migration, this is a national issue. It's happening here. It's hard for families to be able to afford houses. So what are some of the statistics we have? We work with an organization called PRC who helps us to do some research, and they did some sampling between 2020 and 2023 just to show for these types of things, how much worse has it been made by the pandemic. In 2020, food insecurity was 32%. And in 2023, that rose to 43%. So we saw the financial strain on families, and there's a lot of research that we could talk about where you can see food insecurity leads to other poor health outcomes, as well as poor health outcomes leading to food insecurity. Illicit drug use. People who admitted that they used illicit drugs rose from 2% in 2020 to 8.4% in 2023. Excessive drinking rose from 27% to 34%. Worrying about whether they'd be able to make next month's rent rose from 32%, which is already a pretty stressful number, up to 46%. Intimate partner violence from 14% up to 20%. Our own court records really show this. We've seen more youth on youth violence that we've seen. I saw Judge Hull was here looking at expanding the Juvenile Justice Center last week. These things are why people are in the Juvenile Justice Center. We know the young ladies that go through the Juvenile Justice Center, you can probably bet 95% of them have been sexually assaulted in their life. This is not just people make decisions all of a sudden to get court involved. They've been exposed to things that are dramatically impacting them, and COVID has made it tremendously worse all across the board. Next slide, please. So some good news. If we address ACEs, or adverse childhood experiences, if we respond to these things that COVID has made worse, what are some things we're potentially going to see? Some studies that were done from the CDC, and this is pre-COVID, but still looking at adverse childhood experiences, show these improvements, and I won't read them all to you, in health conditions. So depressive disorder, chronic COPD, asthma, kidney disease, stroke, things that you wouldn't necessarily think of because somebody was mistreated as a child, but this is what shows up later in life. If we can intervene sooner and provide supports to families, and I always will say early childhood and supporting families, that's the most important place we can invest because that's going to have the longest term impact on our community. You can see health risk behaviors, current smoking and heavy drinking would go down. And then socioeconomic challenges. And this is something that I think is tricky when we talk about, well, what's the return on investment for public health? What if we just didn't have a health department and everybody just took care of themselves? There is a huge cost to doing nothing. And people are less likely to stay employed. They are less likely to graduate high school. And we have many, many poor outcomes that will occur because of that. Some information that I shared with Public Health Committee last month, a study out of Maryland showed that by investing in behavioral health programs, a community reduced unnecessary hospitalizations by 25%. Now, is that a savings to Kane County government? No, but it is indirectly a savings to all of us because everyone who goes to the hospital, that drives up all of our healthcare costs. And that doesn't mean, it doesn't matter if that person's insured or not insured. The cost is there and somebody's got to pay that cost, right? A study out of Newark down in Chicago, $4 saved for every dollar invested in mental health. A couple of studies that they did in Michigan, $22 saved for every dollar invested in immunizations, $11 saved for every dollar that's invested in expanding flu vaccination rates. And finally, the CDC did a study, and it was actually mentioned this morning about the problem with lead poisoning, and that is a serious problem in our community. Kane County has many old houses that still have lead paint that a lot of kids are exposed to. Up to $221 saved for every dollar invested in lead prevention programming. So the public health interventions that we're advocating for, we're not going to see the same dollar return just back, but for our community, for the businesses that work here, for our schools, for our healthcare system, there's a tremendous return on investment. Next slide, please. So what are some shortcomings that we experienced during COVID? Many of them that I'm focused on today were around lack of facilities. So we didn't have an area for that we could readily move into to be able to provide immunizations. Storage is an ongoing issue for us. Not only storage, but we move a lot of materials, and we're still moving a lot of materials. We're making tests available to people. We're getting things out, and we have our current building is not readily accessible to be moving pallets in and out. So we have staff, we're going, up and down the elevator and carrying things. If we had a better facility, that would make that much more efficient, less likelihood of employees being injured, moving that stuff around, et cetera. Limited document storage. This is a problem for us. We don't have a good place where we can conduct good trainings. And that's for Kane County in general. We don't have a place where we have a place that we can do trainings for schools, trainings for social service providers, trainings for residents. And again, in the public health model, it's not just limited to I'm serving this one resident. We're training people so we can help many residents. So this is what we're trying to do. Next slide, please. So responding to things that are worse. And this is just something that we, with a new facility, would immediately be improved. I advocate that being centrally located, and we've surveyed our staff and overwhelmingly people, even people who live in Aurora. I live in Aurora. I live close to the office. It's really nice for me to be close to the office. Moving up to St. Charles is going to help us serve the whole county much, much better. So we have staff, I can tell during COVID that we're driving up. If we had clinics going on in Elgin, we may have staff that had to drive all the way down to Aurora, get our materials, and drive all the way back up to Elgin, adding hours on to each day. We're paying mileage, we're paying people's time, et cetera. So being centrally located would help us tremendously in being able to receive, store, and distribute any materials that we may need in an emergency. Having a loading dock would just be much, much safer for us so that we would be able to do this without loading in and out of trunks of vehicles and things like that, where people are bending over and it's not ergonomically safe. Having rooms for isolation. This is not only COVID, but for many things we look at where people may show up in our building. Out of that 1,000 people who showed up in our building last year, somebody could have had something where they were presenting with illness. Nice to have a place where we can put them off to the side until we can get proper health care there. A space where we can do large scale training. Again, this is one of the biggest things for me, I think, is having a place that is available to all county departments, available to community organizations, but just for us to be able to do emergency training would be huge. And it also would double as a place where we'd be able to immunize people if there was an emergency and we need to. And then we want to make this welcoming to all so that we can provide vaccine, antibiotics, et cetera, depending on what the situation may be. Next slide, please. And so a couple of other opportunities. I've had a lot of discussions with people about, well, what are the services? And these services that are listed, all of these bullet points are specific public health services, almost all of which we can afford to do right now. And I'll start with the key principles over in the little kind of yellowish box there. We are cooperative. We are not competitive. I'm not looking to build an empire. I'm not looking to put agencies out of business. If somebody out in the community is doing it, we want to find out how we can support them and help them do it better. Partnerships for efficiency. That's not only out in the community, but being able to utilize a centrally located facility where we can bring people in and we can have a training space for them. We can look at sharing space. So different organizations, perhaps it doesn't make sense, or perhaps we don't want to invest in the health department providing a particular service, but maybe that creates a perfect opportunity where we have another organization come in and be able to have a room or two where they can provide services. We want to always be responsive to needs. And We know what COVID has made worse, and we're continuing to learn. So we know that kids stayed home for a couple of years, at least in Illinois, and that there's a learning setback. There's some behavior things we're dealing with. We see across the board when we look at the Illinois school report card that absenteeism has absolutely spiked in our Kane County schools. Being able to have a place where we can respond to that and partner with these different organizations so we can have programs set up is going to be very valuable. Again, this is a hub for countywide efforts. So moving the main facility out of Aurora does not mean that we're serving Aurora any less. I'm 100% committed to serving all of our community. This is going to help us to be able to serve everybody better. And we want to keep an eye on technology. We want to keep an eye on how can we provide services in a way that reduces barriers to people. So that may be more home-based services, it may be more telehealth services. And this, I'm looking 5-10 years in the future as we continue to look at this. We need to be responsive to advances in technology, but we're going to go to where the needs are. And I've heard that there's concerns about potentially underserved communities. That's our bread and butter. That's what we want to focus on, is how can we assure that there's equity and that people are getting the services that they need. You've heard me when I talk about behavioral health, that there are needs across our community. And I'll talk about in the Tri-Cities, how we have higher rates of suicide, higher rates of fatal overdose. But I'll also talk about how we need to provide services in languages that people speak. We need to be able to provide the services, and the more we can do to have somebody who looks like the people and understands their culture, be able to interact with them, that's very important and very positive. It was really, really wonderful to see the pastor this morning, who we met with every couple weeks during COVID. And I mean, we got to continue those kind of partnerships. We got to work with the faith community. We got to work with the schools. So moving centrally is not going to abandon the southern part of the community. There's also been comments about the Elgin office that I don't disagree with. And actually, I think I've publicly spoken to that. It's not customer friendly. We're actively looking at a way to change that, because it's open to the public 1 day a week, because we have a staff person from Aurora who goes to Elgin 1 day a week. So we're actively looking at ways we can improve that. And then finally, services provided by the health department are provided within our means. None of this is a build it and they will come. And none of this is, once we build this, now, by the way, you need to give us $5 million extra so we can actually use it. We will put these services in place when this building's built. We go out and get grant funding. And there were comments this morning that I agree with, but it would be nice if we weren't grant dependent. But nationwide, that's how public health tends to be funded, is here's money for this topic, here's money for this topic, here's money for this topic. So that is kind of the landscape we work with, but we are very adept at bringing in funding, and we're just getting started. So I think the personal attacks, I was compared to a Green Bay Packer this morning. I heard, I didn't like that, but the comments about us being able to go out and get started. We've made substantial changing in our staffing within the last year, and we're just getting fired up in terms of being able to bring in outside funding. And this funding, to me, whether it's from Springfield or Washington, D.C., if we don't get it, we've already paid our taxes. So either we bring it back here so it serves our residents, or we just miss out on that opportunity. So we're going to be very aggressive in grant writing. I've mentioned we're looking at Medicaid billing for services. The whole left side there is specific services that we will be providing in this new facility. So case management, we have, and I think Commissioner Sir just mentioned maybe that one of his kids is a psychiatrist. So again, that's that medical care. Public health is, well, what happens, and I don't know his son, but if he's working with a child, you can provide therapy, you can provide medication, but then that person goes back to their same environment. And if they have an environment that's not conducive to their mental health, or maybe other people in the family need resources, that's where us being able to provide case management, that's not what the doctor's office is doing. The doctor's office is making sure they take your labs, they fix you up, they make sure things are going well that way. We already see it, and there's a shift in medicine, using diabetes as an example, where going to the doctor and having your doctor tell you, like, you should eat less, you should move more, and, you know, here's your new medication you should take. That's not working for us. And more people are getting sick. And what does work? Providing more wraparound services where we can provide resources to people to enable them to live their healthiest life. Chronic disease screening, again, with COVID.
Commissioner
people delayed
Sturgis agrees
care.
with both of
So-
those.
So they,
Mr. Doherty, please wait until to Michael Isaac.
and this is the last slide too, so we're almost there. Clinical services, well, real fast, chronic disease, we are seeing an increase. There's new information that just came out this week from IDPH that our death rate is continuing to go up in Illinois, even though COVID cases are going down. So what we're seeing is people delayed care, people who may have issues with long COVID. We're seeing more chronic diseases that are coming up. So that's an area where the health department has staff who are trained in these areas that we'd be able to provide more of those services. Clinical services, including immunizations, pregnancy tests, STI treatment and screening, TB tests, community training. You can see the list. So we do AED, CPR, first aid, mental health first aid. There's multiple effective suicide prevention trainings. And again, sometimes it's good for our staff to provide this. And in other cases, it may be better to bring in community organizations who have different expertise, but having this facility can be a hub where we can provide that. Navigator services for people. And this, again, with an eye towards technology. I love being on the idea of being on the Judicial Center campus because there's so much opportunity for people who are court involved. And it's frequently getting help navigating things. And again, I'm an advocate of the great work that Sheriff Hayne and State's Attorney Mosser do with their progressive programs around pre-arrest diversion or some of the reentry things. We know we can keep arresting people, and that's very expensive. We also know that with some job training or helping people get a meal or helping them get a little bit of counseling for their child that may be aggravating them, that's going to save us money so that we don't have to build as many hospitals and prisons in the future. Parent cafes is an evidence-based model where we bring people together and it's peer-to-peer support for families. Again, that to me is the most important thing we can do. Peer training for mental health and substance use. This is bringing in people with lived experience so that we can be kind of a training hub for that, because that's very effective in helping people get into services. Respite care for caregivers. This is one that we hear about. This is part of formal plans in the state of Illinois, and our mental health providers aren't providing this, and this is a gap. And so people who may be struggling with somebody in their life, a young person or an adult child, and they're constantly taking care of this person, we can bill Medicaid, we can provide respite for these people. That's going to improve quality of life for many of our residents. Senior services is an area, this is one on here, actually, this is one on here that's not as built out as all the others, but I put it up here because this is a gap, because the Kane County Health Department doesn't do enough for our seniors, and we know that, and so that's an area that we need to build more into. The other ones, we have things in place where we're going to be able to really move this quickly. Therapeutic mentoring, another evidence-based intervention model, and then looking at a travel immunization clinic. So this is something that the numbers are low that we see. We get less than 60 requests a year, but that's 60 tax-paying Kane County residents who say, why do I have to go to DeKalb County, or why do I have to go to Kendall County? We could offer that service and make that available to people. So I tried to go quickly. Next slide, please. So this is a hub. The services that we are offering to provide and expand are directly related to these health areas that were made worse by the pandemic. It includes both physical health and mental health. They're strongly linked, and we're going to continue to learn more as the years go on. We can help people respond to negative situations. So if you think of that tree diagram I put up with the ACEs, if something bad happens to people, we can be a resource to help them, but also we can help prevent some of those things, because frequently we'll see violence, abuse. Those things are intergenerational and they continue. If we can intervene and stop it. And again, we have wonderful organizations in Kane County who are doing that. So it's how can we best offer these services and allow them access to people. I can't emphasize enough, and this again, it's just my model for everything. We want to support the people who are already doing the work. We want to fill in the gaps so that we can support their clients who are struggling outside of the services they're providing. And again, just to emphasize, being centrally located, that is something that I would advocate is going to help us serve Hampshire, Aurora, North Aurora, Carpentersville, you name it, it's going to help us provide better services to everyone. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Fonseca, did you have something to add to this? And Ms. Hopkinson, did you have something to add to this as well? Or not? No, no. Okay. All right. Okay, very good. Thank you. Michael, any questions for Mr. Isaacson?
I have a question.
Yes, yes.
So we've heard so much about the existing building in Aurora, possible with a lot of problems, including mold and those sorts of things. I've also heard you mention that we would have a satellite clinic in Aurora. Where would that be? Would it be in the same building that we're trying to get rid of, or what are your thoughts?
My preference would not be to be in that building. I just got an email that the sewer's backing up this morning. But I think that's something based on the direction, the policy decision that the board makes here, while there's new building being built, that gives us an opportunity to look at where we would want to go. I personally would advocate for sharing space if at all possible. So can we partner up with a city or another social service organization? I think that's much more efficient and effective use of our taxpayer dollars. So no, we have not, based on this decision, that will drive where we are in Aurora.
And either Aurora or Elgin would have a negative pressure room?
Well, yeah, yes, we're looking at a new site for Elgin. Our lease is up. So that's a key thing, I think, is for customer service, not making people drive from the northernmost part of the county down to the south. If we move forward with this, we would have it centrally located, so it would be equidistant for people.
So there would or there wouldn't be one in Aurora or Elgin?
If we build a new facility, I wouldn't advocate for having 3 of them.
Thank you.
But I'd be open to that discussion if there was a business case to do that, definitely.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Ford.
Mr. Ford and then Ms.
All right.
Juby.
All right. Along with this proposal, these satellite office, are they a part of this first proposal, or they come along afterwards?
They would come along afterwards, depending on the vote on this, and come along afterwards. That's something the health department would pay for. We're not looking, we pay the lease on our Elgin place. We'd pay if it's a lease in Aurora as well.
Ms. Juby?
Okay, so I want to preface this with huge supporter, you know this, and I told you from day one, I'm going to poke holes.
Do it.
I have a lot of holes still. One of my holes is what you put up as to service. Can I talk to him or do I have to talk to you?
Please feel free to have a
Okay.
conversation.
So,
Speaking to the room.
so you put in all these things that you wanted to expand that we did, and a lot of them we already do. A lot of them appear to me to be push out programs, which, you know, where you go out and you meet the need, not in a central location. So I'm struggling with a central location that I'm not sure I buy anyway. But a lot of the programs we're going to expand on are not going to be done in that building anyway. They might be coordinated in that building, but they're not actually going to be done there, correct?
I would say the reason I'm advocating for a new building is because, and I'm sorry, the cameras.
No, I'm sorry.
The services will be provided in that building to a large extent. So again, we are a community support organization where many of our customers are agencies. So we'll be pulling agencies in as well as residents. There's always going to be a need to go out into the community for home visits and things like that. But no, I would say a lot of these programs will be in that building.
So things like your parent cafes would then be moved away from where the need is and moved into the location?
No, I would say expand.
They would probably, okay. All right. Well, okay, so you said that the cost to all of this is going to be grant funding,
Grant funding.
correct? So do you have an idea of the dollar amount that you think is going to occur? Like how much do you think each year is going to cost you?
I mean, with our current budget, we would be able to expand programming significantly with our current budget.
Okay.
So being able to expand into the future, I'm hesitant to put a dollar number to that because
Okay.
we have, again, there's partnership opportunities. So I'm aware, I mean, I work at the will of this board. I'm aware of limitations. There was comments in the last discussion about limiting size. So I don't want to come out and say we're going to grow by $1 million a year because that may not be what the board wants me to do.
So is it safe to say you feel it would be more efficient use of the money for you to build a building than just to get the money to run the programs?
Yes, and I'm very thankful that this board has already invested in behavioral health for us to build up our services so that we can build that baseline and launch from there. So that investment has already been made. A new facility and the problems that we're seeing with COVID are not going to be done at the end of 2026. These are long-term problems that we're going to be dealing with. So that's why I think having a facility where we can continue to offer services, that, in my opinion, is much more desirable.
Okay, I have another one. I'm not sure if it's a you question. So Ernst & Young's report, which I have now read 3 times, and the second time I read it with a little different perspective because I didn't really know what I was reading the first time. And the third time I read it with even another perspective. And one of the things that the report cautioned us was that we needed to have an independent mitigation report in place before we signed off on this. Do you know if we have that?
Can you, I'm sorry, the phone was ringing. Could you just repeat what your
Okay,
question
so
was,
the
please?
Ernst & Young had stated that we need to have an independent mitigation report prior to us authorizing spending these funds for the new building. So I'm asking, do we have that? And if we have that, why don't we have it in our possession?
This is Roger from IT and Building Management. The mitigation steps that are identified in the Ernst & Young packet define multiple mitigation efforts that you should be conducting during the process. And what they're talking about is before you commit to the purchase of the building or the contract, which would be like a guaranteed maximum price contract, you should have your mitigation plan in place. So if the plan involves an ordinance that restricts the uses of the building to these very specific prorated services that the health department provides, as opposed to, say, the sheriff or somebody else stepping into the building to provide those services, you should have something in place that's a plan that protects those services and the prorated uses of the building. That's one good example of why the mitigation plan should be in place before you actually sign an agreement to build the building. So they're not talking about how you allocate the money or how you indicate that the money needs to go towards the building, but they are strongly suggesting in there to mitigate risk, have something formalized as a plan before you sign the contract for the building. So we're not signing the contract for a building and approving the money. And a lot of that has to do with hiring an architect and engineer to do the programmatic planning that's actually responsive to what Michael was showing you in his presentation. So when you look at what has to go into the design, it has to take into consideration what their office and department is doing. And we would put that and formulate that into a plan set that would ultimately go out for a competitive process. We have to follow a lot of procurement. That's another area that they wanted a mitigation plan for. They want us to be very specific about following state and federal guidance as we go through procurement. Have a mitigation plan in place, which is, let's call it a checklist. Let's say that it's state's attorney's office reviewing it. We're going to hit A, B, C, D, E, F, G. We're going to do all these things and follow those processes, and there'll be somebody there to monitor that and control for it. But that's the type of mitigation that they're talking about. Having those in place before you sign a contract that obligates that amount of money from the ARPA. So that's what we got from Ernst & Young as far as the types of mitigation steps. You'll notice some of them are in yellow, some of them are in green.
Right.
They're asking you to make sure you have those in place ultimately before you commit that kind of money to a contract.
So who is the independent report coming from?
So there will be, what we were talking about with one of the steps was to have, there's a comparison that they were asking about a third party looking at regarding why you're picking to build a new building versus buying a building, renovating a building versus the renovating existing building. And we've done that through a third, like through our own collective, work and some of the referential information that comes from the industry, construction industry. We've talked with Ernst & Young about if we need to have a third party go do an actual assessment of those three different categorical things, we can do that. It was unclear exactly how specific that review has to be. And Ernst & Young, I wish they were here. If they were online, they could speak to it. But they had actually told us that that particular aspect of the Treasury guidance is a little bit unclear exactly what they're looking for specifically, whether it could be done in-house or whether it could be done by, who do you hire to do that kind of a.
Mr.
test.
Fonstock, I believe we're about ready to lose
Yeah.
quorum in the
That's
room.
okay.
So,
No, it's not okay.
No, interrupting me.
okay, so
We need to
we
do
need
some
to,
procedural things to keep the meeting from falling apart.
all right, so we're looking for a
Can I make a
date.
motion to continue this meeting to a date to be determined? Date and time to
No,
be determined?
Specific date.
Specifically,
We can change the date later.
we don't have a specific date yet.
Can we take the committee of the whole date? Because we already have that on our calendar.
Are we out? Do we have quorum right now?
With
If
Madam Chair, she
If one
constitutes
person
quorum.
leaves, you don't have it.
So we have quorum right now.
Yes.
Can we move the agenda items so that we can pay our bills and then everything
don't-
off consent?
We don't have that much time.
We don't have that much time at this point.
To make a vote for a motion for consent on agenda items? It's
You're
one motion,
You're
it's
gonna
one
lose,
vote.
you're gonna lose the three of us in the next like
Right
2
now,
minutes.
we only have 12 people in this room.
No, I think we
We
have
have
13.
12,
Oh,
12 plus you.
But we do have a quorum.
If you do it right now.
committee of the whole, date and time sound good to everybody?
All right, this committee of the whole is on what day? Looking,
We better change the title of it. We gotta be able to vote.
what is it, the 27th?
Exactly.
Just informational.
The 27th.
That is the next date. of
At
the
what
committee of
time
the
is it
whole.
at 4?
It's at 4 p.m.
So we'll cancel committee of the whole,
Yes.
Get 2 o'clock.
Our meeting at 2 o'clock,
2 o'clock? Okay.
2 o'clock.
I'll make a
Forest Reserve is a
River Forest
2,
Preserve.
2,
so it has to be at 4.
3,
No, it has to be past 3 because we're 2 to 3.
3:30?
You have to be able to get here.
right. Or you could do that morning.
Oh, we can't do that. I can't do that morning.
Okay,
Okay.
so ladies, gentlemen, let's schedule it. Mr. Kyle's 3:30?
I don't understand. Why won't we take the
I
4
can't-
o'clock time slot?
Why not just 4?
That means
Cancel committee of the whole.
Well, then, you know what?
That way we can go to midnight.
Reschedule committee of the whole.
we'll reschedule the committee of the whole.
I move to continue this meeting at the date of February 27th at 4 PM.
Second, and we need a voice vote.
Yeah, you can do a voice vote. Was that Tarver that second?
We have to vote.
Ready?
27th.
All right.
So we're taking a vote on this, please, and then we'll be dismissed.
Okay, this is to continue to 2/27/24. What time again? 4 PM. Ellen,
No, we're
Oh.
calling, we're voice vote.
It's
Votes.
all in favor?
favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All in favor? Aye. Perfect.
Opposed, no.
So now
Thank you, Chair.
we no longer have a quorum in the room.
We need to.
So we are so much,
We're adjourned.
have a great day, everybody. Adjourn.
Yeah.